It is true that every one of us would love to be the very best versions of ourselves, would love to be excellent at what we do. Unfortunately, for a greater percentage of us, being the very best is only a dream. We try our best, but we always end up falling short. This leaves many of us resigned to fate, resigned to a life of mediocrity. But the fact that you're unable to be the very best you can does not mean that you cannot strive to be better. If you can't be best, at least try to be better. There are always ways to improve yourself. It might not be easy to improve. It might take so much from you. It might demand you make sacrifices that will drain you in so many ways. But really, is life ever easy? So get on with becoming better. Set a plan for daily and regular improvement in any aspect of your life that you want to see improvement in. Be specific about what you want to see improved in your life. And then begin working towards achieving that. Be a better person. Live to a better standard. Think better thoughts. Have better intentions. Develop better habits. Eat better food. Take better care of yourself. Make better friends. Just be better. And for my Christian brothers and sisters, the Christian is not a person who is better than someone else. A Christian is someone who is better than he or she would have ever been if she were not a Christian. So be a better Christian. Be better in every way possible. Be better. Be better this day. This Friday morning, speak to yourself. Tell yourself, I'm going to be better. No matter what life throws my way, I'm going to be better. No matter the challenges that come my way, I am going to be better. So be better. Be a better person. And that's by way of welcome to this morning's edition of Zed in the Morning, right here on Zed 101.9 FM. Abdullah Saka is up next with the news at 6 a.m.
Zed 101.
Good morning and welcome to the morning news here on Z 101.9 FM. Coming to you live from number 6 Anyete Avenue, East Legon. I am Saka Abdullah. Coming up in this bulletin, government performance tracker, a misplaced priority according to the NDC. Vice President Bawumia firmly opposes LGBTQ plus activities in Ghana, and President Akufo-Addo cautions against division ahead of 2024 elections. The National Democratic Congress has criticized the newly launched performance tracker by government, labeling it a misplaced priority. According to the NDC, the time and resources allocated to formulating and launching the performance tracker could have been better utilized to stabilize the nation's economy. The government introduced the performance tracker on Wednesday, April 10, to enhance transparency and accountability in the implementation of infrastructure projects nationwide. However, Mustafa Gbande, Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, questioned the tracker's efficacy in improving the daily livelihoods of Ghanaians. He further rebuked the government, insinuating that their priorities do not align with the genuine welfare concerns of the ordinary Ghanaian. Parliament has formally requested the Office of the President to provide a specific date for the transmission of the Human, Sexual and Family Values Bill for presidential assent. This move comes after Nana Bediatu Asante, the secretary to President Akufo-Addo, asked Parliament on March 18 to refrain from presenting the bill, also known as the anti-LGBTQ bill, to the president. The request, according to him, was made during the pending the resolution of related matters currently before the Supreme Court. The clerk to Parliament, Cyril K.O. Nsia, in a letter dated April 10, 2024, acknowledged the President's office's request to halt the bill's progression. However, the clerk asked the office of the president to choose a day Parliament could present the bill to the president for his consideration. Moving on to some agricultural news, over 150 hectares of rehabilitated cocoa farms at Brahababome, Eponyem, Brosanko, Nkontomre, and Wagadugu in the Achimangwe South Municipality are under siege. This is because a foreign mining company, Megop Mining Limited, has taken over these farms for its mining activities. The company, which claims to have acquired a license from the Minerals Commission for prospecting, has been destroying vast portions of the rehabilitated farms, despite resistance from farmers. We bring you further details in this news desk report.
Farmers in the affected communities within the Nkaria Cocoa District have expressed concern over the prospecting and development activities of a mining company that has erected barriers in the area, denying them access to their own farms. The company has deployed excavators and other earth-moving equipment ready to clear newly rehabilitated cocoa trees and other vegetation for its mining operations. The affected communities are beneficiaries of the cocoa rehabilitation program undertaken by the government through Cocoa Board, which aimed to revive cocoa production following an outbreak of swollen shoot disease. However, just as life and hope began returning to the region, the land was given out as concessions for the mining firm to explore for gold. Despite rejecting a payment offer of 10,000 Ghana cedis per acre of land from the company, the farmers say the firm is preparing the grounds to begin its mining prospecting. The farmers fear losing their livelihoods and have expressed frustration over the possible destruction of their farms, which they have worked hard to restore. Following distress calls for intervention, Cocoa Board dispatched a team led by Professor Michael Kwating, head of the Anti-Illegal Mining Unit, to assess the situation. Upon inspecting the farms, Professor Kwating expressed his disgust at the level of destruction caused by the company, which created access roads through the cocoa farms without Cocoa Board's knowledge. Professor Kwating emphasized that the company is violating Section 18 of the Minerals and Mining Act by not consulting with regulators of affected resources. He announced that Cocoa Board would take necessary steps to protect the farms under the Economic Plant Protection Act, citing the potential loss of around 4,500 hectares of cocoa farms. Mr. Michael Jesse, the community relations officer of the mining company, denied the allegations, stating that the company is duly licensed by the Minerals Commission and only conducting gold prospecting. He added that they compensated farmers adequately for any affected cocoa trees. The farmers continue to call on Cocoa Board to take swift action to protect its investments and secure their livelihoods in the face of ongoing mining activities.
That was a news desk report by Z News' Christobel Obushi Anan. Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has expressed strong opposition to the LGBTQ+ activities in Ghana, citing his religious beliefs and cultural values. Speaking at the Eid al-Fitr prayers in Kumasi, Dr. Bawumia said that as a Muslim, he neither supports nor condones LGBTQ+ practices. He stated that as much as those activities would not be tolerated under his leadership, his comments come as President Akufo-Addo is yet to sign a bill into law on this matter. The proposed bill, passed by Parliament in February, would impose penalties on those who engage or promote homosexual activities in Ghana.
First of all, it is important to note that our cultural and societal norms and values as Ghanaians frown on the practice of homosexuality. Furthermore, as a Muslim, my view on this matter aligns with the position of my religious faith. The Holy Quran is replete with verses frowning on LGBTQ acts, including same-sex marriages. My faith is therefore very strictly against the practice of homosexuality. No ifs or buts, no shades of grey. Therefore, I personally cannot support that which my religion and indeed all major religions in Ghana, as well as our societal norms and values, clearly and unequivocally forbid. All the major religious traditions in Ghana, Christianity and Islam, are opposed to this practice. And I stand opposed to it now, and I will stand opposed to it as president, inshallah.
That was the Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Bawumia, expressing his opposition to the LGBTQ plus activities. President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has urged all citizens to reject any attempt to sow division and discord as Ghana approaches the 2024 general elections. Speaking to the Muslim community gathered at the Independence Square to celebrate Eid al-Fitr, the president emphasized the importance of unity and cohesion in the nation. President Akufo-Addo highlighted the significance of safeguarding Ghana's unity, cautioning against those who seek to exploit ethnic and religious differences for their own interests.
Let us therefore eschew all forms of divisiveness that have the potential of destroying the unity and cohesion of our country. I make this point also, particularly because we are in an election year. In an election year, there's a tendency for self-seeking people to exploit our differences of religion and ethnicity, to foment division in order to promote narrow, parochial, sectarian, and political agendas.
President Akufo-Addo also took the opportunity to reflect on his administration's efforts to improve the lives of residents in Zongo communities across the country through projects under the Zongo Development Fund.
I came to you in the course of the 2016 electioneering campaign with a promise to make the challenges and concerns of Zongo communities an integral part of the governance process under my leadership. 7 years down the line, I can say with some measure of satisfaction that the promise has been fulfilled. Today, many Zongo communities around the country bear witness to the impacts the projects undertaken under the Zongo Development Fund are having in the lives of their inhabitants. From the construction of school infrastructure, to the provision of computer laboratories, to the enhancement of sanitary facilities, to the development of AstroTurf football pitches, we have uplifted the lives of thousands, if not millions, of people living in Zongo communities.
The president called on residents in Zongo communities to take ownership of the fund and leverage government support to further enhance their living standards. That is all the news time will permit for the morning bulletin. Some of the major stories that featured are: the NDC says government performance tracker is a misplaced priority. Vice President Dr. Bawumia firmly opposes LGBTQ plus activities in Ghana. And President Akufo-Addo cautions against division ahead of 2024 elections. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with Zed in the Morning.
In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle, leisure, and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the new Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on a journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform. In the heart of Accra, nestled in the vibrant neighborhood of East Legon and New Beacon, a 360 multimedia firm has emerged. Introducing Zed Multimedia. With a steadfast focus on lifestyle,
alleged forest manipulation deal with Fidelity Bank.
Okay.
And the big one says no to LGBTQ under my leadership, Dr. Baumia declares.
I have the Ghanaian Times, and the front page story says that performance tracker, government executes over 13,000 projects so far, Minister of Works and Housing announces. And then there is a story here about Dr. Baumia denounces LGBTQ plus on Idio Fritil Day. My faith is against it, said the vice president. Also, fire outbreak at Jamestown, 500 structures burnt, hundreds rendered homeless. That's the front page of the Ghanaian Times. Claudia.
Okay, on the Daily Guide, we also have Baumia talking about this LGBTQ. He rejects the LGBTQ. Nana tells the Ghanaian, our president says, shun divisiveness. Also, ECG, that is Jane Mensah, opens the Ejisu by-election nomination. So that is what. Also interesting, airport staff indicted over cocaine smuggling.
Wow. Mr. Dako.
The Crusading Guide, the new Crusading Guide, propaganda ends. Baumia breaks long silence on LGBTQ saga. Performance tracker is a state asset not for NPP. Dennis Miracles Abuaji says so.
Okay.
Dr. Gideon Boako empowers artisans and apprentices in Tano North constituency.
Okay.
Ejisu NPP primaries, delegates consider Kosim Yantechi outsider. Says he has never nurtured the constituency. That is the new Crusading Guide.
Okay. BNFT, the Business and Financial Times front page, March's 25.8% rate poses no threat in disinflation trend. Analysts said and Albert Museums bring back Asante object of 1874. Then there is soya corn price stability to drive local poultry market. Finance Minister donates 10 water tanks to Tamale Hospital. That is the front page of the Business and Financial Times. Claudia.
Okay, on the Daily Graphic, Baumia is still opposing the LGBTQ. I can't support the practice because he says it is against his religious beliefs. Again, Ghana is set to host the cashew, in the cashew industry. They're set to host a conference for the cashew industry. And Prof. Edu Buando is saying national discourses are too toxic.
Okay. Mr. Dako.
The Daily Statesman, I am against LGBTQ, Baumia declares. Muslims urged to promote peace. Dr. Boako supports artisans, apprentices.
Okay.
No approval for 14 GM seeds for cultivation. And performance tracker reflects government's commitment to effective governance. That is the Daily Statesman.
Any other papers you have? That's all. Okay.
I have more papers. Let me just quickly run through. The Ghanaian publisher, Baumia says no to LGBTQ. Akufo-Addo promotes peace ahead of election 2024. EC designate 288 registration centers. Transport fares increase shut down. That is in the Ghanaian publisher. The custodian, 288 voter registration centers ready. Government launches performance tracker. I am against LGBTQ. And Gideon Bwaku empowers artisans. That is the custodian. The Daily Post. MPs and DCs are from place in meeting with Volta Lake Transport Company to discuss challenges of ferry services. Then the big one says, ignore NPP. Free SHS will thrive under John Mahama. That's Dr. Clement Apak speaking. So these are some of the stories on the front page of the Daily Post. We have the Daily Dispatch. I am against LGBTQ and will be against it as president. The performance and then Alan Tremantin approached me before his defeat in NPP's presidential primaries. That is Dr. Abu Sakara speaking about the alliance he has formed with Alan Tremantin for the 2024 elections. I will not support LGBTQ, but this is the Ghanaian Observer. Akufo-Addo promotes tolerance, peace, and coexistence. Gideon Bwaku empowers artisans. Give us female running mates. As our stories on the front page of the Ghanaian Observer. The final one is the Informer. It says, be bold. Pastors urge Akufo-Addo to shred off intimidation and sign LGBTQ bill. That is what pastors are telling President Akufo-Addo. I'm opposed to LGBTQ. Corruption-related investigation, scholarship secretariat on our radar. That's the OSP. So the OSP says before all the things we are remember the scholarship secretariat, they had been investigating it for the past 6 months. Preventing road crashes, new policy on broken down vehicles soon. That is the National Road Safety Commission speaking. So these are the major stories by the major newspapers that are out today, Friday.
All right. Okay. So
we
lawyer Claudia Nkansa. I was going to add that you thought I had sneaked that one in. Lawyer Claudia Nkansa, tell us which other stories piqued your interest.
I think this whole issue about the LGBTQ is quite interesting to see. It's running through all the papers. It's interesting to know what the current vice president is saying.
What is he saying? He would have signed if he was on his chair long ago.
It's a tricky thing. It's a tricky thing because there are so many opinions about it, especially with the president's position now. Does he sign? Does he not sign? People are saying,
but this one say he will sign.
This one say he will sign. But anyway,
if tomorrow Nanado gives him like 2 days, by the time Nanado will come back here.
Oh, but the constitution doesn't give him the power to sign. So unless there's he want to do some more coup behind him.
No.
I personally like what he said. My faith is strictly against the practice of homosexuality.
Okay.
No ifs, no buts, no shades of grey.
Wow.
His position is very
clear. Yes.
On that.
As a lawyer, what are your thoughts on that? I was going to ask you. I mean, you can't run away from that. You just can't come and do newspaper.
From our culture, it's something we are against, and I think sometimes we have to find the balance. From our culture, we are against it, but then again, as a country that is really dependent on financial aid, it's a fact. We are dependent on financial aid, and these countries also are really for the practice. So, but for me personally, I think we should lean towards our culture.
We should sign it.
Yeah, we should.
So tell the president to sign it. Claudia doesn't want to tell the president to sign.
Yeah, I don't want to be in his position at all.
You can imagine the pressures coming from all corners. Sign, don't sign, sign. Don't.
Extensive.
Uneasy.
Which pressure? The country is ours. We say we don't want that thing. Why should we sit there somebody from outside to tell us what to do? We don't want that. They sign the thing. Simple and short. Nigeria has a law like that. Are they dead? Have they been wiped out of the surface of the earth? The Middle East, all the Islamic countries, they have similar laws. Are they not living? Ghana will not die if we sign this law. Mr. President signed it. And you know what makes me happy? See, both Mahama and Bawumia are saying that they are against it. So it means that even if Akufo-Addo decide not to sign, and we finish 2024 elections, whoever wins will sign.
Exactly.
That is simple. So the law, we are going to sign it. Whether the Western people like it or not, we don't care. It will be signed. The law that you are promoting, if that's the law, would you have been born to be here and telling us that? Is it people should think deep. Somebody gave birth to you, and then you said yes for you, they want to do something that will never give birth. And so if they hadn't given birth to you, would you be here talking all this trash into our ears?
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
Uneasy lies the head.
Uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
See, this world is controlled by a cabal of a group of small people.
So you allege.
You don't know. Do I have to tell you? Do you know that all 85% of all Fortune 500 companies are owned by 3 companies? It's called. Oh, you don't know?
No, you can you go ahead?
You should educate us.
85% of all Fortune 500 companies in the world, they are owned by 3 companies: Vanguard, Black Shield, and then the third one, who I forget. There are 3 companies own 85% of Fortune 500. So there are a small group of people who have with their evil mindset sitting somewhere. Do you know that Black Shield owned majority shares in CNN, Fox News? Even though they are opposite, the same people own the majority shares in both companies. So you see, they say CNN is this.
This is right. Fox one is left,
and they are controlling the media. Those small groups, they control the media. They control the food industry, beverage, pharmacy, everything. They own everything in the world. They're just a small group of people. We are living in the world and we don't even know that the whole world is controlled by some small group of people. They have all the money in the world and they control everybody. And why will majority be sitting down? For a few people sitting down because of money, they detect everything to us. Please, for me, I am happy today. Before both candidates, if Baumia doesn't win, Mahama will win. And both candidates have pledged that they will sign the law. So for me, I'm happy.
If he said
if Baumia doesn't win, Mahama will win.
Oh, so the other parties.
No, for them, what about them? No, you see, I'll tell people that people don't know that in America there are so many smaller parties that contest elections.
We know. What if Ghanaians surprise us?
You see, unless you have not followed our system, there is no way any third party is going to emerge from anywhere in this country. Believe it or not. You see, sometimes we dream dreams that will never come true. That is why we are even not developing proper. Because the dreams many people dream in this country, we don't dream well.
Let's dream
that will come.
I hope the security guys they are well stationed outside.
Look, I am not against those smaller parties, but the truth of the matter is that whether you like it or not, they are nowhere near anything. They are nowhere. They can form all their alliance, they won't go anywhere. Ghanaians have become like the Republicans and the Democrats of America. Whatever the matter is, they'll vote for their party.
Blue states and red states.
That is the point. So in America, the Green Party, when I read about there's so many smaller parties, I'm like, why is that after every election we never hear of any of them, but we only hear about 2? So many people think that in America there are only 2 parties. No, there are so many smaller parties like we are having
Ross Perot became a perennial candidate. Every time you knew Ross Perot's name was.
You understand it? But
nobody.
When you mention how many Ghanaians even know that they even know that name?
Yeah.
Because see, society is developing. We have chosen the American way of democracy, and we have entrenched ourselves in that direction. That look, if it's not NDC, to be NPP. So the smaller parties, it's good they are in there. Okay, it's good they are in there. But for anybody to convince me that it is possible that they will just spring a surprise.
That's what Claudia is saying.
Clearly, I support all others who want to vote for the other.
Please.
We don't want a duopoly. No. We don't want a duopoly.
The whole year, check the newspaper. How many times will any of the smaller parties make all the front page?
Content analysis.
People surprise you.
Content analysis.
On social media, how many times have you heard the Gen Zs discuss about any of the smaller parties? See, so when you look around, you don't need anybody to tell you.
Point well made. There's another story here that excites me, which is in the BNFT, the front page. Soya corn price stability to drive local poultry market. And the USDA, the United States Department of Agric, is forecasting an increase in domestic chicken production from the 60,000 MT recorded in 2023 to 70,000 MT this year. And they are saying that it is because there's an anticipated decrease in the price of corn on the local market.
Only 10,000 metric tons we are adding.
Yes, but we still an improvement.
And we consume about 600,000 metric tons of akoko funu. And we are only producing 70,000 out of it. So the rest 500,000 plus.
Yeah, like 400,000 MT.
About the remaining 500,000 is just going to be imported. And we think that this report should make us happy. It's only if you are not thinking, you'll be happy about this report.
Okay.
If you are thinking, you should say that this is a useless report. We should be saying that we are producing more than half of what we consume.
Which will be like 200,000 to
300,000 metric tons. And do you know the job creation and other opportunities? And then we are thinking about only 10,000 metric tons increase, and we are happy. And you are telling me that there's some positivity. What's the positive about it? You are going to import almost 500,000 metric tons.
Basically, I do like 330 now.
Akoko funu already 6 years in fridge. This is what you want to import. And instead of you saying that no, government should put more money, we produce the chicken here, you are saying that 10,000 metric tons increase is something we should never be happy about. We should be ashamed of ourselves that in a country like Ghana, common poultry we can't produce to feed ourselves. And then wake up and say we want to develop. How do we develop if common food like chicken, akuko, we can't make? We can't produce and eat eggs, akuko. It's a shame, Jerry, it's a shame. See, when my grandfather told me those days, they have, in every house, they have small goat, chicken. They rear their own protein. These days, you say, we are in East Legon. It is a residential. You can't rear animal here. We can't do this here. And we are all become abrofo. And now we are all importing and eating. Everything is imported. I've told you we are Ghanaians in a foreign land, in a foreign body. In a foreign body. This morning, you wear everything is foreign. Claudia, you should not be happy about that.
I really want to point out this conversation has been going on all week on the performance tracker, and I've had the opportunity to download this app and see how it runs, and it's basically showing you where each development is. So
is it exciting as a
well, I think if you are a government, a certain government, and you are doing that, you don't need to prove anything. I mean, your work should speak for itself. So for them to put this out there, I mean,
is it not because you don't trust what they say? So they want to give you proof that this is what
there are pictures, videos, stats, like statistics too on each thing on the tracker. And I mean,
it doesn't excite you?
Well, I mean, you can see, but I feel like we should see it. You don't necessarily need to point it out to us. You know, we should see it. If you drive on the road, you shouldn't be, I mean, experiencing potholes. I mean, all these things.
But if you leave it to us, we would write our own stories around it. We'll create our own narratives around it. So
and then again, I think that was boggling my mind was, I mean, who gave out these statistics? Have they been verified? Have they been cross-checked by other independent people against what the government is putting out?
So he's put it out there. If you doubt it, go check yourself and then come out and do a report on it. But then there are those who also argue that they should have added a cost to it, the cost element to each product.
That's also true.
Yeah. And then maybe some Google Maps as well, so that I can just go to the tracker and go and check if the thing is there.
Oh, yeah, Google Maps
so they've done a solid job. But the cost,
there, so if you want to,
you can just go there. Yeah. But the cost element.
For me, I think I hold a contrary opinion. I think that accountability is key. If
transparency and accountability,
our money to do projects, they should be able to let us know. And you see, people say they disagree, but I think that when a road is done in my village, those in Accra don't know that road is done in my village. It's only people in my village that the road has been done there. But when you have opportunity like this, you get to know that across Ghana, when it comes to roads, these are the areas government have done roads. Even though you don't live there, you also get to know. So I don't think that people who live in the community should be the only people who should know where government is doing something. Because the taxpayers' money that we use is for all of us. So if my community, for instance, is not likely to have road, but the roads have been done elsewhere, I should be happy to know. If a school is built in my community and others do not get the opportunity to have a school, they should also know that, a school has been built in my community. In so doing, we'll have a clearer picture of how government is using the taxpayers' money. And you see, by the RTI law, every public institution actually is mandated to do voluntary publications. So for me, what I'm even saying is that even though the delivery tracker has been done, government should go a step forward and make every government institution actually pick up the data that has been generated and put it on their website. So that if I go to the Ministry of Energy and I decide not to go to the delivery tracker, but I go to the Ministry of Energy, I should find all that they are doing with our money. Interestingly, we spend money to build websites for these MMDAs. But when you go there, you hardly find what they are using our money for. When it is their press releases that they want you to know, some that one they will put it there. But if you want to check what exactly are these things being used for, we don't even know. And I have said that even though the NPP government has done it, I think we should go beyond that. We should actually go all the way to 1993 and say we are looking at the performance of every president that has come under the Fourth Republic in terms of projects. Let's capture everything. So statistically, when we are actually even engaged in a debate, I don't need you to tell me the figures. With just a click of a button at the Ministry of Education, I should know that Jerry Rawlings built 300 schools for secondary, maybe 100 schools for basic, maybe 2 or 4 universities. At Mills, What did he do? Kufuor. So that if you have all this, it gives us a better way of actually having conversation about our national development. Right now, I have said that, if you ask me, the Rawlings built more schools in Ghana than any government. But how many people talk about it? Because I remember that the Rawlings came out with this idea of the JSS and SHS. So he has to build a lot of JHS and secondary schools across Ghana. If you hear any school called Vocational Technical, it's built by J. Rawlings. He built so many schools. Day school, the Mahama idea of day school, it was J. Rawlings that started day community schools. And he built a lot of schools. Now I've said that if we do the statistics today, I am confident that if we talk about the number of classrooms built for JSS and secondary schools across Ghana, no government in the Fourth Republic has done more than J. Rawlings. But because the statistics are not being compiled, and it's not there for you to see, somebody will come and say, oh, I said I'll build this now, so I've done more than somebody. How do you challenge it when that of J. Rawlings has not been computed and it's not verified data on the website of Ministry of Education for you to see? So I have said that as a nation, we should even go beyond this and get a look, the Fourth Republic. Let's do it. Let's leave the rest, but let's get the Fourth Republic and begin to do a proper analysis of what infrastructure projects, especially this one is more about infrastructure, that various governments have done. How many chip zones did Mahama government build? Did Akufo-Addo government build? Did Kufuor government build? Then we'll begin to have an idea, okay, when it comes to health, oh, the Mahama and most government did more in health than any other government. Then when we are having a discourse about how our governments perform, we are actually doing it based on statistics. But right now, NPP has compiled its own, so they have something to boast of. The others, we are yet to actually do that. There's a comprehensive compilation. So how then do we do a comparative analysis and say, okay, maybe this person has done better in energy, this government has done better in health? It's because they are not being given the information. Meanwhile, all this has been done by our taxpayers' money. Why is it that the public institutions are hiding the information from us? So for me, I think that we have more. And I've gone out to say that even the delivery tracker is online. In Ghana, majority of the population are not online. They are not online. So this one is only for those who are online. What about those who are not online? There should be another means for us to actually target.
But we are trying to push everybody online. Why are you looking for another means?
You see, this is the problem we have. That's why I tell people that when you are doing analysis in Ghana, be very careful. See, when 1 million people discuss an issue on Twitter today about Ghana, we will say the whole Ghana has discussed the issue. But do you know that we have 90 million adult population?
What
so
I'm saying
out of
is,
90 million adult population, 1 million discuss an issue. Is that the whole of Ghana? But see, 1 million people looks big. But if you look at 1 million, say, but out of 90 million, so you may say, oh, the 90 million say I'm the best candidate. You go to election, you win, you lose Porto. You say, how did I lose? Because you forget that my mother, my grandmother, so many people are not online. For them, they want to hear it on radio or they want to see it on TV. That is their means of getting information. So when you rely more on online and think that everything is online, you'll be deceiving yourself. So I think that this online thing, they should understand that it's for a certain group of people.
And not the government should,
not for everyone. They should go ahead and say, how do you strategically also position this information to get to the person who is not online? And I think that we want all Ghanaians to be informed. So we shouldn't only concentrate on online. We should go beyond that.
This story that is on the page 10 of your paper, does that not bother you more than even this tracker thing, the cocoa? Because you are super excited about cocoa.
This is a major issue I want to talk about. Government swollen shoot disease had destroyed cocoa farms. Government has gone for loans to come and rehabilitate
something
the farms.
We've discussed on this platform.
Rehabilitate the farms and handed over to the cocoa farmers that these new seedlings will now grow for the farmers to make money. And somebody pops us and says the whole area, 150 acres, is sold to him to do mining. And so he's taking over the place to destroy all the new farms. He wants to destroy all the new cocoa farms to do,
because it's been given license to
do
mine.
I'm like, what are we really getting mad in this country? I'm happy that somebody from Cocoa Board said no. A law gives them power called economic protection, and once they use that law, I think that mining concession job has to be stopped. We cannot look at cocoa is now $10,000 a barrel. Now a bag of cocoa in Ghana, despite all the argument that the farmers are being cheated on other, 2,000 cedis per bag of cocoa.
Yeah.
Do you know if you have 100 bags of cocoa now you are worth 200,000 cedis?
Yeah.
We should be able to protect this. Cocoa remains the single largest revenue generator for Ghana. Anytime the city is struggling, it's a cocoa loan that we look out for to go and bring it to stabilize the city. So I think that this issue should be a national conversation. Cocoa Board must step in, whatever it takes. Whoever granted that mining concession, that concession should be cancelled. they should find a different place for the person to go and mine. We cannot entertain this kind of behavior. Do you know how much government has spent $230 million trying to rehabilitate the farm? And they say it's not enough. If we are to rehabilitate over the 590,000 hectares of land that has been affected by the swollen shoe disease, government will need like $600 or $700 million to be able to rehabilitate these farms. And government has rehabilitated about 54,000 acres and it's ready to hand over. And somebody comes and says a whole area of 150 acres, somebody has granted me as a mining land to go and mine. So I'm destroying all the cocoa farms and I want to go and mine. Can you believe this? And we are still in this country thinking mining is the only thing that will develop this country. Please, this madness must stop. Somebody must step in and stop this madness.
Okay. There is also this one that I want to pick lawyer Claudius mine on. Financial institutions encouraged to fund tourism projects before we live. I mean, this is from the CEO of the GTA, Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Ajiman. He's saying that he's encouraging financial institutions to help fund tourism projects as a means of supporting hospitality development in the country. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's a good thing. I once went hiking.
In Ghana?
Yes, I'm big on hiking.
What route did you take?
The hard routes. I mean, I went to Dodowa, Chenku Waterfalls.
Okay.
I'm not sure a lot of people know of Chenku Waterfalls.
Yeah, I do, but I don't think a lot of people.
Chenku Waterfalls. And when I went there, it was an individual who was managing the place. And Chenku Waterfalls is a beautiful place. So imagine if indeed financial institutions are actually funding such places. It would be a good source of revenue for the country. So I think it's something that should be... It's a
good call in the right direction.
Really, really good,
yeah, because if you think of it that way, that government can't do it all. Private sector should come in. If Zed, in partnership with whoever this guy is, we provide some amenities there and all that. We brand the place with our names as well. We get a mileage. People get to enjoy the place, and then everybody makes money and everybody's happy.
That's also true. That's also true.
So
I think there are so many places that have not been explored by
at all.
So I think it's something that should be considered.
Yeah, because Mr. Daku has a canoe project in his hometown. He needs finances.
The recently governments are talking about setting up a fund for the IT sector. You see, tourism is free gift God has given us. The Chenku Water, nobody created it. It's a natural attraction. Why don't we have a fund that has some of the lowest interest rate that private people can access to develop such facilities?
That's also true.
We talk about tourism. We say we have to grow it. But then, where is the finance? So if you cannot have a fund with maybe 5% interest rate and say that it is incentive to make sure that we take advantage of the tourism industry, then obviously we are only talking about we want to develop tourism, but our actions are not showing that we really meant what we want to do. Diversification of the economy, tourism should be the lead in this country because we have advantage of about so many good attractions that, as she mentioned, how many people listening to her even have heard of the Chenku Waterfalls?
Nobody.
You hear about Boti, it's the most popular. Waterfalls, the most popular. But she has been, I've not been there. And she described it as a very beautiful place.
Beautiful.
So it means that people can make a lot of money from there.
Exactly.
But because we are only talking, we are not putting in place the structures, we can't really get enough. I think we should be thinking, we are not thinking properly.
Yes, he says we should be thinking. That's what he keeps saying.
They are looking at changing their economy from
thank you very much.
Exactly.
So they have taken into
Mr. Daku for coming through. And then Claudia also as well. This is Claudia's first time, so she doesn't know that that's the way Mr. Daku behaves. Mr. Daku, your mic is off. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, people, for coming through. This is Z Sports is coming up next with Niakwe, the sportscaster, right here, right now.
Here's Max, and this is
segment Z Sports. And as per usual, my name is Niakwe, the sportscaster. And for the next 10 minutes, I'll be bringing you the very best from around the globe. And so coming up in our headlines this morning, it's a very, very packed edition. This is our last edition before the sporting weekend begins, and we'll take a review of all the action from the Europa League last night. And Kumasi Asante Kotoko, of course, endured yet another setback in their quest for success as they suffered their third consecutive home defeat against the Sotraman FC in the Ghana Premier League. The African Amputee Football Cup of Nations 2024 tournament has been postponed till next month. Reports are coming in. And finally, on the European front, Liverpool suffered a shock home defeat to Atalanta in the Europa League quarter-final first leg last night. All right, so let's start off from the local front. Kumasi Asante Kotoko, of course, big news yesterday. They endured another setback in their quest for success as they suffered their third consecutive home defeat in the Ghana Premier League. The Baba Yara Stadium in Kumasi witnessed that disappointment last night as the Sotraman FC pulled a surprising 2-1 victory in the match week 25 fixture. Here is what Kotoko assistant coach David Oklu had to say after the game.
I think after the score, we came back, we played very well, we equalized, but during the dying embers, they lost concentration. And in football, you lose concentration and your opponent will punish you. And that's exactly what happened. And Sotraman played very well. I'm not taking anything away from them. They played very well. And congratulations to them. It's a work in progress, so there's no pressure on us. We just go back and work hard and try to turn things around. It's unfortunate, and I feel their pain, but they should bear with us. This is football. Sometimes it happens. They should just bear with us and keep supporting us.
All right, that was assistant coach David Oklu of Kumasi Asante Kotoko. Now, 7 defeats in the last 9 matches. It's a very trying time for head coach Prosper Nate Ogum and his team. We hope that they come out stronger. Now, former Ghana international Samuel Inkum says Andre Ayew should not be kicked out of the Black Stars as the team need old players to give the younger ones motivation and confidence. Ayew, who was named Black Stars skipper in 2019, has been an influential figure for the national team, scoring 24 goals so far in over 100 appearances. Here is the take from Samuel Inkum.
No, I mean, I believe that if you have a team, you have to have experienced players and the young ones. Okay. You understand? Because the young ones cannot just come just like that. You're supposed to have experienced players inside that they can also motivate them. They can also encourage them. Exactly. Because I don't think at the moment we have to maybe kick maybe Andre Ayew or maybe some of the old players. No, he have to be in the team, give them confidence, say a lot of encouragement stuff to them, because I think that this is how teams supposed to be. We cannot allow all the young players to go just like that, but we have to have some key players inside which they can also lead the team, motivate them.
All right, so that was Samuel Inkum speaking on the Black Stars and the need to transition and blend the new generation with the older ones. Moving on to our next story. It's very, very interesting in the sporting world. Like I mentioned earlier, the Confederation of African Amputee Football has confirmed Egypt's rescheduling of the African Amputee Football Cup of Nations 2024 tournament to May due to circumstances beyond their control. The 2024 edition of the event was set to take place in Cairo, Egypt from April 19th to the 28th this year. In a letter released by the president of the Egyptian Paralympic Committee, it is impossible to begin the tournament this month because the teams did not send their vital information on time. 16 African teams will be vying for top honors in Cairo this year, and it will also decide which teams will qualify for the WAFF World Cup 2026. Defending champions Ghana are in Group C alongside Kenya, Gambia, and Algeria. And now we switch focus and zoom into the international front. Lots of stories making the rounds. Jurgen Klopp has expressed his disappointment following Liverpool's shock 3-0 defeat to Atalanta in the Europa League quarter-final first leg at Anfield last night. The Reds' hopes in the competition now hang in the balance and will need to mount a stirring second leg comeback to progress. They were outmuscled, outplayed, outcoached in every department of the game. A very, very dominant display by Atalanta and their coach Gasperini. But let's hear from Jurgen Klopp from after the game.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's nothing really positive to say about the game. I mean, the start was good and unlucky with Harvey's crossbar maybe. That period would be 100% deserved if you go 1-0 up with Darwin's chance. We had other good moments, so that was really good. But from a specific moment on, and I don't know exactly a minute, but it was really a bad game. There's nothing positive to say about that. I didn't like our tactical discipline in possession. We were everywhere, which means then nowhere. No counter press. We played in their hands. We had we gave them all constantly 1-1 situation. Obviously, they wanted 1-1 situation. We passed the ball there, and everybody was like chasing our guy when he's running with the ball somewhere. I think how it could have worked, we saw with the goal we scored, which was disallowed for offside, but that was then finally an underlap. Robbo arrives there, passes the ball in the center, and we can score. So we should have had these kind of situations much more often. But again, it was a bad game from us, and Atlanta played a good game, scored 3 goals, and deserved obviously to win.
And so a very disappointing game from the Liverpool perspective. Could this be Jurgen Klopp's last night, European night at Anfield? We'll live to see. They'll have to go back to Atalanta in a week's time to overturn the 3-0 deficit. The first loss at Anfield in over 415 games for Liverpool. Astonishing, that one from yesterday. And of course, it's a Premier League weekend and it's a sporting weekend all over the globe. The fixtures in the English Premiership look very delicious. It's going to be very pulsating and scintillating. Newcastle United are home to Tottenham Hotspur at the St. James's Park. Burnley host Brighton and Hove Albion. Manchester City at the Etihad against Luton Town. Bournemouth versus Manchester United, and Liverpool also taking on Crystal Palace at Anfield on Sunday. A chance to redeem themselves after that first loss in over a year. Arsenal also face Aston Villa. Remember, Arsenal are charging towards the Premier League title in a three-way race against Liverpool and Manchester City. Mikel Arteta's boys look really sharp, and the team on song will Thomas third-party feature for Arsenal. We would see over the weekend he played a minor role in their midweek European outing against Bayern Munich. And Chelsea also host Everton at the Stamford Bridge. Mauricio Pochettino, who has been blowing hot and cold this season, will he be able to get one? They moved to 9th place on the log, and Everton are worthy adversaries because their point deductions in recent times is telling a lot on their performances. They would like to prove a point. Promises to be a very interesting weekend in the English Premiership, of course, all over Europe as well. Stay tuned in to Z101.9 for all the latest updates via social media handles. ZFMGH on X, on IG, on Facebook, on YouTube as well. And our final story this morning here on the Friday edition takes us to the world of Formula One. Fernando Alonso has signed to stay with Aston Martin in Formula One for at least the next 2 seasons. Alonso, who was out of contract at the end of the season, has a new deal that will extend until the end of 2026. It means that the 42-year-old will be driving in F1 at least until he is 45 and possibly beyond. The decision takes Alonso out of the equation for potential seats at Red Bull and Mercedes next season. Alonso joined Aston Martin at the start of the 2023 season, and the pairing became one of the star attractions of last year. And on that note, we draw the curtains on this morning's edition of Zed Sports. My colleague Gatuso to the 4-7 will be with you on the evening drive, of course, to give you all the updates on the lineups, injuries, and potential events for the weekend. My name is Niakwe, the sportscaster, and obviously a pleasure to be behind the MIC for Zed Sports. We'll be back on Monday with the morning edition of Zed in the Morning. Until then, the message is always simple but relevant. Do not count the days. Make the days count.
Here's Metzer. This is positive. Williams. Kudos! The Korean joy did not last for long. Martinez.
Oh my God.
Here's Metzer. This is positive. Williams. Kudos! The Korean joy did not last for long. Martinez.
Oh my gosh, kudos.
It's your lifestyle, leisure, and business radio.
Hello and welcome to the business news segment here on Zed in the Morning. I am Saka Abdullahi. Coming up, GSA laments brain drain. Fidelity Bank reaffirms commitment. Unabated as the latest casualty is the country's foremost weight measurement and standards institution, the Ghana Standards Authority. Management of the authority say they are worried about the phenomenon of training human capital and losing them to other countries across the globe. Director General of the GSA, Professor Alex Dudu, at the opening of the 8th Scientific Conference in Accra, expressed alarm at the exit of some of the authority's best brains for greener pastures abroad. He spoke to Zed Business, lamenting that management of the authority was helpless since staff who are restricted by way of bonding are not deterred. He was, however, more worried about staff of GSA who are attracted by institutions beyond the shores of the country.
Agency, even though they have signed a bond. So that is the challenge. If they leave GSA and go to other state agencies or even other organizations in Ghana and they pay the bond, we are happy. Our biggest worry is the one or two who have actually left the shores of Ghana to other countries. That is the worry. But those who leave GSA and go to whether it's FDO or Shippers Authority, or that one, it's still within Ghana and they will pay the money or the organization will refund our expense. But when they leave the country, that's the problem. Sadly, apart from getting them to sign the bond, which is the legal thing, there's nothing else we can do. And yes, the more you train people, the more they become attractive to international organizations and international countries. So it's a very tricky situation because we are equipping people to be the best in the world. That means that they can be poached by the world.
Professor Dudu had earlier outlined the functions of the authority, spelling out the important role it played in industry and national development.
GSA is Ghana's national standards body. We are also Ghana's national certification body for products, for services, for practices. We are Ghana's representative to ISO. We are Ghana's national measurement institution. So we are the National Metrology Institute. We are also a training institute for industry. The Ghana Standards Authority has the largest collection of internationally accredited laboratories of any institution in the country. Because we have 11 accredited entities, all accredited by the European Union, which means that results coming from those laboratories are internationally acceptable. However, we are the only accredited institution in this country for measurements and calibration. What that means is that this is not just any organization, but it's a scientific organization. It's an industry-driven organization because we serve industry. It's an institution without which our national industrial transformation agenda will flounder.
The scientific conference offers staff the opportunity to update themselves in a designated area of service and current activities within the directorates. The 8th edition is on the theme Enforcing GSA Act, Strategies from Metrology and Inspectorate Directories, and aims to outline and seek suggestions and recommendations on how various organs of the organization could use the new GSA Act to improve upon their work. Moving on, Fidelity Bank, Ghana's largest privately owned bank, has reaffirmed its commitment to empowering women entrepreneurs by providing them with continued cutting-edge financial and other services to make them succeed. Divisional Director, Retail and Business Banking at Fidelity Bank, Nana Esi Aiden Akhurst, gave the assurance at a Women in Business Dialogue series held in Accra under the theme, Investing in Women-Owned Businesses for Ghana's Transformation Agenda, a call for action. She reiterated the bank's support to making women business investor-ready and credit-worthy, while urging women entrepreneurs to be more disciplined from the inception of their business, regardless of its formality. That, she said, required that women entrepreneurs build trust and credibility with potential investors or financial institutions, including having proper documentation of their business. Ms. Aiden Akhurst noted that it was important for businesses to understand market dynamics and position themselves to meet international standards and be able to export to other parts of the world. She stated that the bank's Export Club initiative, a collaborative program with the Federation of Association of Ghanaian Exporters, had been designed to support businesses to meet global standards and expand market access. Ms. Aiden Akhurst encouraged women entrepreneurs to take advantage of available resources and capacity-building programs provided by the bank to gain valuable knowledge and skills apart from financial support. She also urged women entrepreneurs to sign up to the bank's recently launched Bridge in Agricultural program with the MasterCard Foundation, aimed at empowering women and youth in the agricultural sector. On technology, Ms. Aiden Akhurst encouraged women to increase their pace in embracing digital marketing tools in today's business landscape. On the international front, consumer prices in the U.S. rose faster than expected last month in a sign that the fight to slow inflation has stalled. Prices rose 3.5% over 12 months to March, up from 3.2% in February, the U.S. Labor Department said. Higher costs for fuel, housing, dining out, and clothing drove the increase. Analysts warn that the lack of progress in curbing price rises will force the U.S. Central Bank to keep interest rates higher for longer. Higher rates help stabilize prices by making it more expensive to borrow for business and other spending. In theory, that in turn slows the economy and eases the pressures pushing up the prices. The Federal Reserve's key interest rate is now at the highest level in more than 2 decades, in the range of 5.2% and 5.5%. Forecasters had expected the bank to start lowering borrowing costs this year, reflecting the fact that the inflation rate, which tracks the pace of price rises, has fallen significantly since hitting 9.1% in 2024. But recent economic data, including strong job creation figures last week, has raised doubts about how soon those cuts might come. Shares on Wall Street closed lower on Wednesday as investors had been betting that rates could soon be cut. Analysts who once expected rate cuts as soon as March have been rapidly revising bets, with many now not expecting a cut until later this summer and some predicting the bank could wait until next year. What the Fed decides to do is likely to shape decisions by central banks around the world, said Neil Birrell, Chief Investment Officer at Premium Mitten Diversified Funds. That is all we have for the business news segment. Before I leave a recap of the major stories, GSA laments brain drain. Fidelity Bank reaffirms commitment to empowering women-owned businesses. And on the international front, U.S. inflation jumps as fuel and housing costs rise. I am Saka Abdullahi. Jerry Ham continues with the show.
It's your
Some said they've tracked projects all through to their villages. However, everyone has their own opinion about the performance tracker. The Opposition National Democratic Congress says it's a misplaced priority. The NPP says it's actually a national asset and that it's for both NDC, NPP, everybody. It's for all of us. Meaning that it is expected that even beyond this current government or whatever government comes after, the performance tracker will become a part and parcel of our politicking in this country. What are your thoughts on this performance tracker? 0544321019. That's the WhatsApp line. 0544321019. Share your thoughts with us. You can also follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, and on X at ZFMGH. On TikTok and on YouTube, it's at Z Multimedia. The website is zmultimedia.com. Yes, we're talking performance tracker right after this. called Pencils of Promise. And they are building a new school building right in the eastern region, St. John's Anglican Basic School in Nwaso in the eastern region. So Jaru was in town. Jaru went to the eastern region. You should see Jaru in his batakari or his fugu, looking all dapper, feeling African as well. Yes, Jaru came your way with Always on Time. And then Doya Cat and Caesar says, kiss me more. Top story. Yeah, welcome. Abdullah Saka is here, and then my colleague as well, Mr. Elvis Daku.
Jerry, am I not your colleague?
No, you don't have party. Yesterday you were hosting the show and sending me Earth, Wind and Fire and am I Captain Planet? It's sent to only people who are not feeling well. Yesterday I was very well, but it was a good show. I mean, the Eid edition of Zed in the Morning. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Bro, so yes, performance tracker. You being the go-to tech guy in this house, what have you found about this performance tracker?
All right, so the performance tracker, as the government announced, is live, and I've been on the page, I think 4 or 5 times since it was announced. I've just intermittently, in my day, I'll just check and see if it has crashed. Yeah, if it has crashed. If I see error 404, but so far I have not for once seen error 404 on there, which means it is functioning quite well. And when you open the website, when you open the website, the first thing that you see is a picture of a young girl with there is a hyperlink to it, which leads to the education part of the website. And also I see a lot of pictures on the website. If you scroll a little down, you see our achievements, our nation, and then there are there's a summary of almost everything that or the major things that the government has done, and there are numbers attached to them, and also hyperlinks where you can just click and it leads you to details of those particular things. So there's establishment of STEM senior high schools, basic school projects, electricity, and all that, and there are percentages and figures.
What's the website address for our listeners?
The website address is www.performancetracker.gov.gh. www.performancetracker.gov.gh. And I've also run some diagnostics on the website's performance. I'm a tech guy, and
with whose permission?
Do I need permission to run diagnostics for something that government is using my money to do? Please.
Okay, all right.
So yes, I used SolarWinds Pingdom, which is a common website diagnostics tool, and I run diagnostics on the website speed, because speed is very important in user experience. You don't want to click on a link and it takes 10 seconds to load maybe a 1 megabyte, 2 megabytes web page. So I looked at it and it came out with a report. So the report from SolarWinds Pingdom indicates or grades the website as 80. So it gives it a grade C, 80%.
Okay.
For its speed, website speed. So 80%. So the highest it could get is 100, and it was able to attain 80. That's a good score, which is a good score. And further details are that it can load, or you should be able to load 3.5 megabytes, a 3.5 megabyte web page in 3.84 seconds. And that is also quite fast, because if you click on a web page that is 3.5 megabytes, it should take you just about 3 seconds to load the full web page, even if the web page contains videos and mini links as well as pictures. So that is also good. But in suggestions to improve the performance, the diagnostic tool suggested that there are many HTTP requests, and that's something that I also noticed. And HTTP requests, basically hyperlinks, links that lead to another web page and then another web page. But you cannot fault the designers of the site, because there's so much information, and all those figures and pictures cannot be put or cannot be compressed on a single web page,
so
or
you
two
must
web
go
pages.
to another.
So you must go to another, and then that one leads you to another, and that one leads you to another, and that one leads you to another. So it's very difficult if you want to explore the website step by step. You need to know what you're looking for and then go directly to it. But if you want to explore it step by step, it's going to be very stressful. The user experience is not going to be really the best for that website. Also, the diagnostic tool, which is SolarWinds Pingdom, also noticed that there were a few compressions with gzip, you know, some of the pictures, sometimes for websites to conserve, to make the website's performance faster, you need to compress certain files such that it is only available when the person clicks to expand it, but you compress it so that it does not take so much time for the person to load the file. And if the user is interested in knowing what's in that zip file, perhaps you could label it image of blah blah blah. If the user is interested in knowing or in seeing the image, the user can just click on it and it expands it. So what that does is that it makes the web pages load faster. But the diagnostic tool noticed that there were 0 gzip files. So all the pictures and all the multimedia elements were uploaded on there, and that might have affected the website speed, even though, I mean, the speed as tested is not that bad. It's pretty good for a website of that nature. Also, I ran diagnostics on the security of the website using ImmunoWeb. And ImmunoWeb is also a very common website security diagnostic tool. And it graded the security of the website C+. He gave it a grade of C+. C+ is just about an average. It's not bad, but it's not really good. But in the context of what information can be found on the website, I think a C+ is good enough. That bad. Yes, it's good enough. If it was very sensitive information that is not, perhaps if people were logging in with their details, where it was taking so much data from people, where those data
then they would have needed to score
higher, like a B+ or an A. But for C+, a website of that nature, C+ is not bad at all. Also, there were no, according to ImmunoWeb, there were no major software security issues. So yeah, it's functional. It's functional in terms of security as well. And also, my user experience with the performance tracker so far is that it is quite seamless. It flows. I think the website flows, and I commend the designers for that. The website flows. But one thing that I could say I have not really liked about the website is that it is too text heavy. And it's hard on the eyes. It is a little bit too hard on the eyes because there are a lot of numbers and a lot of figures. So what I suggest is that they could have used graphics more to present these numbers, but it's too much text, too much text, and that makes it a little bit hard, a little too hard on the eyes if you're a user, especially with modern users.
But they've told you clearly under our achievements, our nation, they said by the numbers, our achievements define our resolve for our nation. So immediately you see that, you should expect numbers.
No, it is not about the numbers. It is how the numbers are presented. So the numbers are presented raw in the text format, not very stimulating to the eyes.
526,
exactly.
88.75%.
You could put that in a flyer sort of graphic. You understand, which is more appealing to the eyes and more stimulating to our visual senses than to it's just text, a lot of text. A lot of text, and it's a bit too hard on the eyes. That is my personal opinion, and that is what I have experienced in using it. But one thing I really like about the site is the indexing. The indexing is top notch, and that is if you go to the site search button of the main page or the home page, it provides you with a search box where you could just type the project's name or just a keyword in a project you're looking for, the name, or perhaps a location. So this morning I did something similar for my hometown, Bole, and I just typed in Bole, and all the projects that had been done in Bole came up with hyperlinks to how I could access them and get further details on them. And it's very effective. The indexing is very effective because I realized that every project that was done in that particular town popped up, and that is very good indexing for the website. Another high of the website is that the search engine optimization, which is how easy it is for search engines to bring it up. It's also very high. The SEO is also very high because if you go on Google or Bing and you just type performance T, not even typing out the full tracker, the first pop-up result you see is performancetracker.gov, and it is very good. It is very, because someone might not be able to memorize the URL, but with a keyword
performance
tracker. Just put performance tracker there, and it pops up as the first result, and that demonstrates that the designers of the website did a lot of work in the search engine optimization area as well. So yeah, generally the website in terms of the technology, it's a very good website. I have not had a lot of issues using it, and
all in all, 1/10. 0 to 10, 0 being lowest.
Compared to the best websites I've seen, I would give it somewhere between a 6.5.
6.5 and a 7.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah. So good job. Now let's look at content, Mr. Daku. That's where you come in. Have you gone to the site?
Just for a few.
Did you go to your village to check what they are done there?
I'm here to do that.
Mr. Daku, what's your village? Let me just search.
Yes,
let me just search.
Give us your village name.
Check KPALIME
Balime Dugan.
Okay, let's see what pops up.
Good.
Hey, nothing has popped up.
Yeah, the government hasn't done anything.
They built a brand new GSS block for us.
Balime Dugan.
No, but they said it's up to June last. They said they are validated to make sure that before they put it, they make sure the project is there, because they know that some appointees down there will want to be seen as working and may lie in terms of information. So everything they present, a team goes to verify. So probably that has going to be verified. But I know that they've done a brand new 3-classroom block with office for our GSS.
Okay,
that has been done.
Saka, do Dansoman. Look for Dansoman.
Let's see Dansoman.
And then let's look at any project there. Pick it and
there's there's a Dansoman Sea Defense project.
To the Sea Defense. Go into the Sea Defense.
Okay.
There was this school commissioned by the Zongo.
Yeah. Okay, so you see when you go to the Dansoman Sea Defense project, you see a picture of the project there, and also the title and the completion rates, the project status. It indicates 97% completed. Start date, it gives start date as 2015, end date as 2022. But if it is 97% completed, why is there an end date?
That's the contract. That's what it's supposed to mean. By me, they couldn't complete it on the contract date.
So there is something there that I want us to discuss. That's why I brought Mr. Daku in. They've made allocation for something they are calling inherited project or not. So if it is an inherited project, you would see. If it is not, then there will be an NA not applicable.
Okay.
Right? Are you seeing that one there?
Which
still the Sea Defense, still any of the projects, but because you're at Sea Defense, look under beneficiaries. Who are the beneficiaries?
Residents. Okay, inherited project. Yeah, NA.
Good. Why the need to put that information on every project?
No, to show that this one is started and completed by the current government, or it's a project inherited from the previous government. The current government is continuing it.
Okay.
And so it means that inherited means that it started under the previous regime, and then this government decided to continue the project. So it means that one was inherited. But then, so if you look at that project, obviously the start date will not be 2017. It will go beyond 2017. 2016, 2015, 2014 may be the start date. But the completion dates will run into the current administration. So it means that it's a project inherited, and then the government is working to complete it. That will be. But if it's a program that the government actually started, then it means that it is not inherited.
So this is they started it.
Yes.
Okay. 2015.
So let's look for. Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah, because in 2015 was this government.
No,
that's why Mr. Daku is here. I brought him here because of this very thing.
In 2015, there should be inherited project.
Yes, it should be inherited. So it shouldn't be any.
Yeah, because if the start date is 2015, that means that it's a project inherited.
Let's look for another project to see if this is an inconsistency or.
No, maybe it's 2015, but maybe it's just the contract signed
was given
maybe
in 2015.
The actual work construction didn't start in 2015, which clearly, if that's the case, ought to be explained here. So that when somebody goes there, you know that yes, the contract was issued in 2015, but construction. So maybe they should have done contract signed and then commencement of construction, so that the date for commencement will now show exact date that the work started, and that would have bring better clarity on it.
Do you know any project which was inherited? Do you know any project that comes to mind which was inherited? We'll go into the structure.
No, I'm not really gone
No,
here.
I'm saying any project in your mind.
Oh, there are a lot of the projects. Some projects were inherited. Like, you should know that. Oh, school projects were inherited. The e-blocks. They were inherited. And they have completed this government has completed over 30 of the.
So let's look for one of the e-blocks and see if it is clearly stated that.
The lot of the e-blocks were completed by this government. They inherited them and they went ahead to complete them. There were some road projects that this government inherited and they went ahead to complete them. There are so many other projects. There are projects that were inherited and they went ahead to complete. So there are health projects that were inherited and completed. In fact, if you look at the Bekwai Hospital issue, those projects actually were inherited. And they started as far back as the Kufuor era. See, that's the Eurojet project. 8 hospitals that were to be built under the Eurojet project. The Bekwai Hospital, for instance, was part of it. But before this government came into power, the previous government had done about 30% of the work. And then this government came in and completed. In fact, if you take UHAS, University of Allied Sciences in Ho, the first phase was built by President Mills. The second phase was built by this government. The second phase of UHAS was built by this government. If you go to Somenia, the University of Energy, and it was started by the previous government. But this government has come to do that. The larger part of the work was done by this government.
So that narrative,
UGMC, first phase was done by the previous government. This government has come to do the second phase.
So that narrative that governments don't continue.
No.
Why is it still pending if we have proof?
It's pending because, you see, the challenge is that the argument is that if there are projects, why don't you wait a complete all before you start a new one? That is the argument. That's why we have some
that conversation still going on.
And it's also a political discussion because, you see, as I mentioned, UHAS, for instance, Professor Mills built the first phase, I think it was 30 million. But the second phase cost 60 million. So it means that even though the second phase was done by this government, that one took more money than even President Mills who started it. You understand it? So then, the question, who should take credit for UHAS? Is it President Mills who started it, or Akufo-Addo who came to do the second phase, which cost more money than the first phase? You see, so this is why some of us have always argued that projects by political parties are problematic. If all these projects we are talking about are part of a national development plan, and it is NDPC that is spearheading all these things, like this argument of it's my project, it's this person project would have been there, because it would have been NDPC-led initiatives. So it doesn't matter which government started or who comes to complain. But we have a situation where governments convert their political manifestos into the medium-term development plan for the country. So that means that lots of projects will be started by the government. Look, check the Eastern Corridor route. The Eastern Corridor was started by President Mills. Okay, after the time that this government came to power, I think they've done 100 and something kilometers. This government has moved it to over 300 and something kilometers for the Eastern Corridor road.
Have you found any project where they said this was an inherited project?
That is what I'm still searching for.
I am also still searching. I'm
for
not finding
Eastern Corridor road. So though this government had done more kilometers on the Eastern Corridor road, when I mention Eastern Corridor road, it's President Mills that comes to mind. Because the project started under his regime. He cut the sword. He got the first funding to start that project. So it will be said that, President Mills is the one who did the Eastern Corridor road. But if you look at the number of kilometers that the Mills Mahama government has done, and the number of kilometers that were completed by the Akufo-Addo government had done more kilometers on the Eastern Corridor road than the Mills Mahama government. So clearly, you realize that this argument of it's my project will always be there, because you see, you need it to go into an election to go and say that yes, I did this, I did that, and therefore vote for me. And these are the reasons why we have these issues of I'm the one who started it. It is an NDC project. It's because they want to prove to Ghanaians that we did it and that you should give us credit. For instance, I talk about the Eurojet project. Eurojet projects, the NDC wants to take credit. But when you trace the Eurojet project were Kufuor projects. He secured the funding. He started the whole entire. He contracted the Egyptian company to come and do the Aerojet project in Ghana. But Kufuor left office not long after those projects commenced. And for 8 years, the NDC also did what they could on some of the projects. But the percentage of completion were not as high as what we are seeing currently under this government. So you see, that particular project for the Aerojet project, it cuts across Kufuor, Mills, Mahama, and Akufo-Addo. So then who do we give the credit to?
Have you found one?
So I found the Bekwai Hospital, and
is it an inherited project?
It is not indicated as it's inherited. But
N/A.
Yes, N/A. So it means that particular
not applicable.
Not from all that I'm seeing, all the sides, all the projects that I'm opening, it seems that the inherited project part, the information was not filled.
Yes, because if it's filled, it shouldn't be there. Because if it's filled, it should have shown that this project...
It should be a yes or a no.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be a not applicable.
Yeah, started under Kufuor regime. And Milt Mahama came to continue. And Akufo-Addo continued before they completed the...
But that's a question we should put to them.
Yes,
aside the cost that people are asking, why are you not adding cost? Yeah. We should also ask them why the inherited project or not inherited project...
All of them are not applicable.
Why
are
they not all not applicable?
Why do you even put it there if... For maybe time, maybe you wanted to release the tracker early. So just eliminate that part until you are ready to input the information. But you put it there, then we are wondering why is it not applicable?
But with a growing number of Ghanaians wanting governments to continue the project of previous governments, if you put it there and you tell Ghanaians, yes, I inherited and I'm doing it, it will be a plus for you, wouldn't it?
Of course, because at least you should have stated the date contract was signed, commencement of project. Maybe if you want to talk about what you inherited, percentage of completion before you took over, and current percentage of completion. I know the person raised. You know that, okay, this project, Kufuor got the funding, secured the contractors, everything, project commenced. This is the percentage of completion under Kufuor regime. This percentage and complete. That's why I said that if we are done from 93, okay, if we are done this project from 93, and then we capture all these things from 93, like it would be more explanatory than this, and will give us more information than they have. So that if you really even want to do who did what on what project under what administration, you could have created a knob for that. You understand it? Could have created a knob for that to say, for each project, we want to know which government started it, which government completed it. So like Bekwai Hospital, like it will start from Kufuor all the way to our era, today that we are talking. That by the time the Bekwai government was completed, it has gone to 3 governments. Kufuor came, Mills Mahama came, and Akufo-Addo has come before we were able to complete. And you see.
Yes, Mr. Dako, I'll come to you, but we want to talk to Mr. Palgrave Boachidankwa, who happens to be government spokesperson on security and governance. Then DC says it's a misplaced priority. Let's hear what Mr. Boachidankwa has to say. Good morning, sir.
A very good morning to you, Kweku, and very good morning to your listeners and viewers on social media.
Thank you so much, sir. This is Jerry, the host of the morning show. Thanks so much, sir.
Jerry. Okay. Thank you, Jerry.
Yeah, so we're discussing a performance tracker on our top story today. NEC says it's a misplaced priority, sir. What do you have to say?
I have a very deep concern for how we are beginning to do our politicking, particularly in our African context. The good people of Ghana have an opportunity to pay their taxes. And as a government that is accountable, as a government that wants to be credible, as a government that wants to be open and transparent, has put together a performance tracker. Very simple, to be able to enable the Ghanaian people know what their money is being used for. To be able to let the Ghanaian people know that if government or President Nana Akufo-Addo says that there are roads that have been constructed, these are the roads and these are the evidence to it. If the government or President Nana Akufo-Addo wants to say that there are hospitals that have been built, these are the hospitals and these are the proofs of the hospitals that have been built in the various districts, municipalities, and assemblies. If the government says that schools have been built, these are the schools. I think that any well-meaning, forward-thinking political party of any sort, worth their repute, will not think that a performance tracker that a government has put together is a misplaced priority. I think we should advance a lot more of the conversation towards the future, because that's where the world is getting to.
There are those who have said that, yes, it's a good step, and that government putting itself out there to say, listen, I'm being accountable to you, it's a step in the right direction. However, they have asked that, why didn't the projects come with cost? What would you say, sir?
David, I think that every single project that government has done, the evidence is there if you want to be able to know the cost of that. There's an app that has been put together. Obviously, when you put together an app to be able to deliver tracker system for people to know what has been done and see the stages of the various developmental works of government highlight projects and flagship programs, there's cost associated to that. I don't think that is an issue that we should settle on. The real issue is that other governments in years past have not been able to put together a delivery tracker and a performance tracker to be able to rate what government has done. And our government has done that. And I think that is important for everyone to be able to acknowledge the efforts of government globally. And I've just been reading news portals. Globally, the world is advanced. I've seen the world start thinking into robotics. I've seen the world go into AI. I've seen that the government of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo has sought to prioritize it as well. That even with our introduction of STEM, which is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we're beginning to teach the young people robotics. We're beginning to fly drones in Ghana. Young people are beginning to develop this. And so anybody who would want to shift the conversation onto a cost of putting together a performance tracker or a delivery tracker is missing out on the real content of what government seeks to put out to the Ghanaian people. The government of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo will not shy away from being accountable. The government of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo will not shy away from letting the Ghanaian people know what we are using their taxes to do. And any government who seeks to be a government of the future needs to start rethinking, because the Ghanaian people will ask you for accountability. And that's the government of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo and the government of the New Patriotic Party. We want to let the Ghanaian people know that we are accountable. We want to let the Ghanaian people know that their taxes are being used creditably. We want to let the Ghanaian people know that the future belongs to them and the future is in their hands, regardless of the decisions that they make.
There is this talk that the tracker is not going to improve the daily livelihoods of Ghanaians. This from Mustafa Gbande, who is the Deputy General Secretary of the NDC. What are your thoughts on that statement? That the tracker is not going to improve our livelihoods?
I'll be surprised that Mustafa can have such ancient medieval thinking. I mean, I'm really surprised, because when we talk about the daily livelihood of an individual, it's the services, it's the systems that have been put in place. If the services and the systems that have been put in place improves the daily livelihood of the individual, then Mustafa is not thinking right. He's erred from the very beginning, because we're talking about delivery tracker of systems that have been put in place. We're talking about NHIS. We're talking about hospitals. We're talking about schools. We're talking about roads. We're talking about the various delivery systems that government has put in place, government.gov. We're talking about how government has made it easy for people to be able to access services of government. And if you say that it doesn't improve on the livelihood, then I don't know what livelihood you're talking about.
To quote him directly, how would a performance tracker impact the ordinary Ghanaian who has not eaten in the last 24 hours? How would that impact the life of an old lady who is helpless but cannot get health care and government intervention?
The old lady who is sick can get health care of government intervention. Government put together LEAP, unless, of course, Mustafa is not reading. Government put together NHIS, which has a delivery system for people who are ill, that government has taken the cost of that. And so really, where's the argument? I think we need to be able to advance the conversation beyond politicking. Because sometimes, when the Ghanaian people listen to us politicians and actors in politics, they get very concerned, because we've put you there to work. And that's what we are trying to do. The government of President Nana Danko Akufo-Addo is delivering on the mandate of the Ghanaian people. The Ghanaian people went to the polls to vote, to make a decision to let the government of the New Patriotic Party to be in power. We are delivering on that mandate to the Ghanaian people. If any politician, if any opposition political party wants to be the alternative of the future, I think that their best deal is to commend what government is doing and not move away from sidetrack issues that will not impact the future of Ghana.
Okay, listeners, we're talking to Mr. Pargrave Boachidankwa, who happens to be a government spokesperson on security and governance. We're asking him one more question. Sir, we've gone into
something is amiss in the community. We had a lunch. Upon Nkrumah made it clear that the thing captures the performance of this government from 2017.
Yeah, but he's saying that, you know, our performance includes the fact that we are continuing.
No. If you say
that's
project started under this government, and now we have data we are telling you, and after it's continued, then that explanation should have been there.
Yeah.
That it's a continuous thing. So if you project inherited that the government continued will be there. So because if you say that projects under this government, you are creating the impression like the ones that you have started as a government. So when people go to the side, we say that we are raising questions. We are raising it based on what has been said at the launch.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's based on what has been at the launch that this is from 2017, the performance of the projects of this government. So if we see dates that are saying 2014, 2015, we have a right to ask questions. How come 2015 start projects are here, especially when the inherited aspect is not explained? To say that
we are not seeing.
There are no explanations there. They are all not applicable. Applicable. So if the explanation is not on the site, if not for this interview, somebody who is on the site and did not get opportunity to get to a government appointee to ask this question, will the person get to know this explanation? The answer will be no. And you see, with this, if you are not careful, even the purpose of doing the thing may be defeated, because you want people to really have information. But then part of the information that they need to give them a better understanding of the street is missing on the portal.
Key part.
You understand it? So then the person will say,
some more communication must go with this.
And that's why the people will say you are doing it for political reasons. Because if the thing said 2015 and you in your launch said it is for projects started under your government, the person will say you are trying to steal projects of the previous government.
Yeah.
Because that's your communication says that under your government. And then they see projects that are started under the previous government. So this people, it is for political reasons. They are trying to steal the previous government's project. Because here is the case. They themselves have written that the project started 2015. But at the launch, they said it's for this government. So I think that they need to add the communication. If it's a spokesperson, he speaks for the government on
governance and security.
So they need to be able to explain, to come back further information. Else people will have a wrong interpretation of issues.
And to wrap up this conversation from my side, I have two major suggestions. I think the first one is that with the inherited projects, they need to update that. If they want to inform Ghanaians that these projects are inherited, they should clearly state which government.
For me, that was the thing that hits me. That's why I brought it up.
Yes, that is the first thing. The second thing that and we asked Mr. Boachidankwa about it, that I think but I insist that it's important that the cost of the projects be attached, because if if the intention truly is to be transparent and be accountable, a very key part of accountability is finances.
It's how much you spend.
You cannot tell me that you built all these projects. You've told me the nitty-gritties and that 100 and this, all the figures are there. And conveniently, the costs are missing. I mean, what kind of, if you are being accountable, be accountable, like, you understand, do it well. If you're not, there wasn't a serious demand for a performance tracker. But if you're being accountable, be accountable to the best possible extent. And it is very important. But the thing that I like about this performance tracker is that it is updatable. You understand?
Yeah.
You see,
that's the thing about websites.
Yeah, websites. That is why I keep saying that it is a very good initiative that we've taken this digital, because it is updatable. And hopefully some of these concerns raised, the government will take it into consideration and update these things. But see, I would like to commend the people behind this website from the technological point of view. It is a lot of work, Jerry. It is a lot.
Some people have worked.
Some people have worked. The technical guys. I can't fathom how many hours went into this. Yeah, it is so much.
Because don't forget,
work.
It is not just dumping information.
No, it is
creating is key.
Yes, and also it is creating links that link to links and tags that link pages. See the number of web pages on this tracker. Photos, videos, audios, articles.
Coding them, making sure that it's not easy.
See
someone has done a good job.
That's why the NDC's argument that it's misprepared is completely a miscommunication.
They didn't say it?
No, I'm saying that it's a miscommunication on their part. What they should be concerned about should rather be pushing government that, why didn't you add the cost?
Yes.
We want to know the project cost. Ghanaians want to know. I think the NDC communication should rather be pushing government to add cost. It's not for you to come and tell them, how can government being transparent and open to me be a misplaced priority? Government give me information that this is what your tax money has been used for, and you want me, the voter, to believe that it's misplaced priority. You are not serious as a person. If you want to be serious with me, the government has done something that is getting commendation. hit the government and said, but having to do the government hasn't added cost. What are they hiding? If they are not hiding anything, they let them add cost. Then you are getting some political capital as opposition. But if your only response to the thing is that it's a misplaced priority,
you won't put kinky on the table.
In fact, the person who even want to vote for you listening to this will ask me, are you really serious? Me, I am sitting here now with just a click of a button. Everything that government has done, I can follow up. And there's a GPS location. I can even track. If I want to even take a car and go to the location, I can follow the GPS location to go and see whether indeed the project is there or not. And this is what Ghanaians have been looking for. What is our taxpayers' money being used for? Why is our debt there? The money we control in debt, what do we use it for? And finally, there's somewhere I can go and do an assessment. Oh, if they've done this number of school projects, health projects, this, then I can say, this. Then you come and tell me that putting all this nice information out there for me, that I can just sit at one place and have access to all this. I don't need to be traveling to any places. I can have all the. You opposition want to tell me that it's misplaced priority. I want to tell them that I'm sorry that position they have taken will not help them. My advice to them is that they should take the position. Yes, it's a good thing. When we can, we also do more than that. That's why we did the green book. But now when we can, we also put it online more. We'll add more. But what we must add is that we should add the cost. For NDC, if we come, our own, we'll add cost to the project. Then you are letting people understand
free consultancy.
Then the government will have to be like, these people are saying something that will go in the voters' head. They are accusing of hiding the figures, and they are saying that if we have not inflated the cost, why are we hiding the figure? And then when they come, they will add figures to all their projects that they put out there. Then you are letting the voter think that, it's true, the thing is good, all right, but they didn't add the figures. So NDC is right by asking that question. But just to come out and say misplaced priority, I think the NDC should look at their communication very carefully. Because the tablet issue came, the English was misplaced priority. If they want to take the position of everything that will come out misplaced priority, I don't think that that's a message that they are giving to the people. They should look at where the weaknesses are and punch there. And for this particular one, the punching point is that add the amount spent so that we know whether the project is inflated or not. If you shout and shout the government is not adding, say, okay, for 3 months the government to add the figures, they have refused. Then our suspicion is that most of these projects, the cost may be inflated. That's why they don't want to add the figures. Do you know the pressure they'll be putting on government? That will be a huge pressure on government. So I think that the NDC communication should move away of this rhetoric of it's misplaced priority. No, they should go deeper and raise key questions that will go into the head of the Ghanaian. Okay? Key issues that will go in the head of the Ghanaian, not misplaced priority. We are past the age of misplaced priority. You can never tell me that a government packaging all the information about what they have used my money for and are giving me the location I can find the information. You want to tell me that it's misplaced priority? You are not communicating to me because I believe that it's a good information they put out there. The question, how will you do it better if you get opportunity to come to government again? If you are in opposition, you have done projects as NDC in the 8 years that from Mr. Mahama. Are you even thinking about we also want to create a similar thing and also display our project as NDC? And now when we do it as NDC, we are going to add the cost of all the projects we've done so that it will be different from what the MPB has done and to become like a counter information to what the government has
because
done.
Now
the
campaigning has gone online.
That's the point. So you want to challenge the government. Say, Charlie, this is the government has done. It's nice. So why don't you also do same? But see, our difference, we will add the cost to our project and they will use it to say, look, compare our own to theirs. We have given you all the cost, the money we spent. Go and ask them why they didn't have the cost. I think that this will bring the voters' mind to the fact that then I have to be asking the question about cost. But to just say misplaced priority, I beg them. Voters have advanced. They shouldn't think that their propaganda is going to come in. Say, the government logic thought that people will not ask about the cost. But now we are asking them about cost. So Ghanaian voter is becoming wiser and wiser. So if you want to use that propaganda rhetoric of a misplaced priority, unfortunately for me, my advice to them that such message will not be convincing any voter. It will not be convincing any voter at all. Because in fact, if there are even e-blocks completions projects here, you did the e-blocks as NDC, you should have come and say, okay, this is the e-block, this is the cost, this is how much we did it. If they don't want to tell you, who want to tell you? And you understand it?
So point well taken. Abdul Isaka, so you've given them a 6.5 in terms of performance. That's fantastic.
That's another thing that comes to mind is the feedback.
Okay.
If they are going to update the website,
I think they will. I think they will.
Yeah, they should also provide web pages that allow the users to give feedback. Because as I said, like, we are in a data-driven world.
Yes, but I'm looking at the site now, and there is a number. They contact us. There's an email address.
Well, perhaps I'll send them that suggestion then.
Let's send them a suggestion and see if there will be a response.
There will be a response.
Then next week we will discuss that.
Yes.
See if it is something that is not just there for fun.
Yes.
Let's send them a
Why
message.
do I have
and
to
let's
send you
see.
a mail?
Yeah.
Why can't there be an interactive way? I can just
Live,
comment
right now.
column and I just send a comment. Why do you have to go through copying your email, now going to write a mail or calling
even now
on
there
phone?
are AI chatbots on websites that could give some preliminary information.
But right after they send them a message, let's see how long it takes.
And you know what that will do to them if they put the feedback? It will help them improve it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
The recommendations people are going to make to them, probably as those developing it didn't come to their mind.
Mm-hmm.
But if they should open that chat box and now people with even IT gurus around, people will say, oh, the thing is nice, but I think this place, if you do this, it would have been better.
Yeah.
If you can improve this aspect by doing this. So even the things that didn't come to their mind when they're developing, if they open the chat box, many people with even expertise in web development and others might have given them brilliant ideas to improve it, because they themselves have made us understand that it is only a validated project they are putting here and that the thing is going to be updated regularly. So as you get the feedback, by the time you do your next update, maybe in 3 months' time, you want to do your next update. By the time you do your next update, all the deficits people have identified, you have worked and resolved them, and you just update
you so much.
The newer interface will be
I'm sure there's going to be a running
things.
story. So let's send them messages. Let's see what they say. Thank you so much, Abdullah Saka and Mr. Elvis Daku, for coming through to help us with Top Story. And then also we got to speak to Mr. Pargrave Wachidankwa, who is a government spokesperson on security and governance. Still, Top Story is out. We're coming your way. So listeners, you realize that at the time we're supposed to do business briefs, we're on the line with Mr. Wachidankwa, and that was a very important call we had to. So we spoke on Monday about two of the drives. We said the drive to acquire. The drive to acquire, because people have an innate need to collect items. People love to acquire stuff. So you can build a business around there. Then we spoke about the drive to bond. People love to bond. That's why we have restaurants and outings and all that. A lot of the tourism and entertainment businesses are centered around the drive to bond. Then we spoke about the drive to learn. That is where the educational businesses come in. Then there's a drive to defend, security businesses. The drive to feel. So of these 5 drives, we're saying that if your business offering, which is your product or service, if it serves one or more of the drives, the more drives it serves, the greater the chances of you making more money, the greater the chances of you growing a bigger portfolio in terms of your customer base. Let me give a quick example. Look at social media and take Facebook as an example. Facebook is serving more than one drive. It's serving the drive to bond. It's serving the drive to feel. It's serving the drive to learn, because people are going there to learn. People are picking information from there. So it's serving more than one drive. That's why we're saying that the more drives your offer connects with, the more attractive it will be to your potential market. At the core, all successful businesses sell some combination of money, status, power, love, knowledge, protection, pleasure, and excitement. Let me repeat that. At the core, all successful businesses sell some combination of money, status, power, love, knowledge, protection, pleasure, and excitement. The more clearly you articulate how your product satisfies one or more of these drives, the more attractive your offer will become. So this has been Business Briefs for today, right here on Zed in the Morning. We'll be coming your way with Business Briefs to next week from Monday all through to Friday. Stay tuned. We'll come back with Zed Talk today. to us and you don't have a job, but you know you excel in selling. You're good in the area of marketing and sales and everything like that, but you still don't have a job. There's a reputable company that's looking for experienced sales and marketing executives to employ. Call 0243-416-351, 0243-416-351, 0544-351-019, 0544-351-019. Give this number to somebody who is looking for a job in sales and marketing. It could be the person's dream job. Also, you're a business person, you have a business, you want it to be placed before the right people. You've invested good money, but the sales are a bit slow. And you believe it's because your brand has not been placed before the right people. Why don't you call 0243-416-351, 0243-416-351, 0544-351-019, 0544-351-019. Why? Why are you calling? Because ZFM and the New Finder newspaper are putting together some amazing advertising packages that will fit any budget. So yes, call, hurry, call, and keep calling. You never know that there is going to be an amazing offer for you. Whatever budget you bring, Zed and the New Finder will definitely get you there. Send us your WhatsApp on the line 0544321019. 0544321019. What has been a business week like for you? The landline is 0303-956-6641. You can also call. And then ZFMGH, that is the handle, our handles on Instagram, Facebook, and also on X. Instagram, Facebook, X, it's at ZFMGH. On TikTok and YouTube, it's at Z Multimedia. The website is zmultimedia.com. And if you go to the website, zmultimedia.com, you can get this show live on the website. So yes, this is Zed in the Morning. We're coming back with the business roundtable in the week gone by. What was business like? What were the business discussions that we need to do? Zed in the Morning. Here, I am Jerry Home.
Zed 101.9 FM.
free housing programs in Ghana.
Affordable housing.
Okay, affordable housing programs in Ghana. And we've seen some all around. Notable among them is the Saglemi project. Along that Adan stretch, you'll find it there.
Okay.
Yeah, and so the tax break, when you look into the laws, would include tax holidays in Ghana. What would that mean? It's one of the major problems to put out the housing project. Tax plays a huge role, and so if you give the private sector, who are supposed to come in, partner with the government to address this deficit, some tax breaks, you can see that their cost of production generally would fall, and they'll be able to help with addressing that deficit. Not only tax holidays, but you can also look at capital allowance. What is capital allowance? It's basically the government granting the private sector or these businesses in the private sector that are into housing some allowance on their capital expenditure to reduce their taxable income and subsequently reduce their tax liability. And so it will free up space for spending into putting up houses. And then when we talk about the streamlined approval process for construction permits, I mean, that is clear in itself. So historically,
the current situation is what? That it's difficult to get these permits sorted out and all that.
Yes.
But because housing is such a big deal for us now, what they're saying is that to bring private sector in, you have to make some special arrangements in terms of permit and all that, because the deficit is that wide. And if we need to bridge it, some special arrangement have to
be made with the private sector. So now they are bringing in the private sector to address these challenges. And then one is the tax breaks, which I've explained briefly, and then these permits. And then finally, what they spoke. So it must be on record that the comprehensive package incentive or plan has not yet been put out. They are working on it. But these are the things that we expect, or the minister mentioned, we would see in the package. And then the final one, of course, is the land allocation at competitive rates. So what would that mean? I mean,
I'm interested in that.
Yes. So historically, how are prices of land determined?
The chief.
The owner of the land? It's small. I don't want to say arbitrary prices are put out by the owners of the land. And so now, what are we going to consider in determining the prices of land is the demand, the market conditions. So what is demand? Demand is basically the forces of supply and demand, the price mechanism to set the price of land rather than the owner. Yes, I mean, Ghana, I have my land, so I can just say I'm selling my land at this price and take it or leave it. And so they want to come in and make sure that the rates or the price at which land is sold out for housing units.
But how do you compensate the owner of the land? If the man says it's $100,000, you're going to say what? We are trying to bridge the housing deficit, so you won't sell it for $100,000.
So that's the role of government. The role of government is to protect consumers in areas where prices are too much for consumers to bear. That is the role of government. So there can be a policy which sets a certain regulation on the prices you can charge. And Jerry, you see, young people are coming up, and this housing deficit would include them. A lot of people who are even not within this bracket are actually living on rent, not their own houses.
Of course.
And so if we want to build houses to accommodate those who are not within the housing bracket, and the prices are high, originally the questions we will be asking is what is accounting for this deficit? It may be high prices. It may be one of the reasons. And so if that is one of the reasons and still the prices are high, then you are not solving the situation if that hike in prices continues. You need to do something to bring that price down. And theoretically, when you look at what other countries do, allow the demand and supply for land to set the prices, and not merely an owner or someone sits somewhere and say, I'm located in East Legon, I'm located here, and so my prices must range at this threshold.
But that means government must come and buy my land and give it to the private guy to go and do his building because mine is $100,000. That's what it is.
Well, let's see what will happen.
Yeah, so I'm sure a lot of
engagement will go on. But then they have said that they have engaged stakeholders, and so
because Grader is big in that space.
Yeah,
Grader is very big.
Yeah.
All right, so yes, that's housing.
Yeah, but I must also note that, I mean, when we talk about housing deficits, I try to look out. Is Ghana within the top 5 in Africa? I saw Nigeria ranked first.
In terms of the deficit?
Yeah, they are doing some double-figure million. 2023
in terms of the deficit?
Housing deficits, yeah. Ghana is in the top 10. And there's really no data to show that. But when you look at the numbers, you can rank Ghana comfortably in the top 10. But in terms of top 5, we are not there. But I still think it's an issue we must address. And when you look at the promises of governments, administrations we have had in this country, you would note that almost everyone talks about a housing project. And it should tell you that all administration have it in focus to address these deficits. Because if you don't get your people to be in their houses, and they are prone to a lot of threats, and so government will have to mitigate that.
What happened to Mr. Edu, the business editor?
He's doing something else.
Okay, all right.
So you see, the housing issue, so we also have to look at our cultural circumstances when we are talking about these housing deficits. Say, we live in a community where many years back, we live in family homes, family houses, family settings, where there's a big house and we all live there. There's no this pressure. When individualism started setting in, I and my family alone want to be together. When somebody has 7-bedroom house and there are 4 in the house, 2 children and a couple, and the remaining of the rooms are there, but nobody can sleep there because it is nuclear family thing. And so when we are talking about the housing deficit, the truth is that there are also people who are living in houses where there are so many empty rooms and nobody uses the rooms because I am individual, I'm my nuclear family, I don't want anybody to live with me and my family. So truly, whilst other people find it difficult to get a place to sleep, there are so many people who are also living in homes that have empty rooms that nobody is sleeping in. Aside that, we can also look at it from the point of view that, see, we should be more innovative in finding solutions to our problems. In this country, land is largely owned by families and schools. In countries where they are able to deal with these things, lands are largely owned by the state. So when they are doing housing projects, the state already owns the land. So land does not become an issue for the state in terms of projects like this. That's why Nkrumah attempted to seize all lands and make every land in Ghana state land. It's one of the reasons why he was overthrown. Because realized that land has become a problem for the country. Now we have allowed families and chiefs to continue to own their lands. The question is, what approach would have been best to be able to solve these problems? You said your land, Jerry, your land is 100,000, government must come to buy. The question, that 100,000 buy for 99 years lease, is it even in your interest as the owner of the land? If you do a very good cumulative analysis, you realize that 100,000 is even not good enough because you actually shortchange yourself. But because you are seeing bulk money at a go, 100,000, if I change it to Ghana now, 1-point-something million cedis, I'm a rich man, a millionaire. But truth is, probably if you have done a different arrangement, probably within that 70 or 90 years lease, the amount of money that will come to you and your family, you may be maybe 4 or 5 million, 6, 7 million, 10 million from the same piece of land. And that's why we need to take a second look at how we look at all these things. Because Jerry, if a family owns 100 acres of land in Accra, and they don't go by selling it for 99 years for 100,000 cedis and 120,000 cedis, but they decide that, look, this land must give us a monthly revenue. Monthly revenue is what we want. So whoever wants to build the land, we just have a fixed cost for rent. So if you have a 3-bedroom apartment, let's say it's 3,000 cedis rent a month. Out of that, owner of the land should be entitled to 20% of the rent every month. It meant that if you have 100 acres of land and people develop even 2-bedroom apartments on it, If you have 500 houses or apartments on it, and each of them people are paying even 200 cedis, and you are entitled to 20%, multiply the 20%.
So people should think long term.
So it's not about the people. I think that individuals alone can't think much.
No, I mean, as a people, we should think long term.
Government need to put some expert with some skillful ideas that will bring it. So I want to do the calculation for the owner of the land and said, instead of the person paying you 100,000 for this land and you are leasing it for 99 years, if you go by this arrangement where you are entitled to 20% of rent, whether the person is inhabiting it him or herself or is renting it, none of your business. It's about how many rooms are in the building.
Anyway,
and then
so
you
that's how
quantify the rent and say, as owner of the land, every month you should be entitled to 20%
Next, inflation.
of the rent.
Inflation.
It should be great opportunity.
During the week, inflation was also an issue.
Yeah.
Yes. What was the story on inflation?
Inflation is now at 25.8%.
Okay. From where?
Oh, from 23.2. Yeah.
Okay.
From 23.2.
So is that good or bad for the average Ghanaian?
It depends on how you want to look at it.
How should I look at it?
So I always say in Ghana, when the inflation rate increases, people misunderstand it for the general rise in the prices of goods and services. An increase in the inflation rate does not necessarily mean that, okay, so for instance, Jerry, how much you bought, say, a bag of rice, has it changed over the past 3 months?
I don't buy rice.
What do you buy?
Madam goes to buy everything. I mean, I don't know.
What do you personally buy? Because I want to use you as my case study.
Mr. Dankson, what do I buy? Yeah, fuel.
No, for fuel, its price determination is different. So I don't know why you want us to go into fuel. I mean, we must also be fair. The basket, the inflation basket. I mean,
broke man.
Yeah, but I mean, so you can see that in the past 3 months, there is. I mean, the one listening to me, there is something you buy.
Mm-hmm.
You note that the price has not changed significantly.
Okay.
But you can see that the inflation rate has been on the rise. And what does it tell you? I mean, although the inflation rate is increasing, that price has not changed. It is just telling you that this is an increase in the inflation rate. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
No, explain it further.
So if
he buys water, it's been 10 cedis per bag for a long time, but inflation keeps going up. What are you saying it means?
What is the inflation rate that keeps going up, or inflation keeps going up?
Tell us. That's why you are here.
Yeah, so that's the point I'm making. The point I'm making this morning is that when the general prices of goods and services in an economy increases over time, so that's the point. It's a sustained increase. It must increase over time. Mm-hmm. Where you look at the consumer price index as against the producer price index. So that is how you determine the inflation. So for a sustained period of time, you are able to tell. But say if inflation rate was 2% last month and it has increased to 4% this month, then there has been an increase in the inflation rate. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily the product that you buy or something. Okay. And that is why you can be seeing so if, for instance, we experience this increase in the rate for, say, a certain period of time, you can see it translating.
Then it begins to affect
but merely an increase from the previous month to this month may not necessarily suggest that. And I think that is important because in Ghana, sometimes when they hear that the rate of inflation has increased, then people just start increasing their prices when really this is market. So we are here. This inflation increase, what is it for? It's for the month of March.
Yes.
So it is Ghana Statistical Service, the work they have done on the market, what the prices have been, that they are able to tell the variance and be able to account to us what the rate of inflation is now for the. But Ghana, when somebody hears that inflation has gone up sharp, they'll start increasing, and sometimes that also drives what we expect to see in the coming months. But I think that, for instance, why this is worrying for me is because of government's target.
Okay.
Government's target end of year inflation.
Is government meeting or not meeting?
Government's target is 8% with an asymmetry level of 2. What that means is that they will do up to 10% or 6% of inflation.
Plus or minus?
Plus or minus 2.
So you're saying
if we are 20,
inflation must drop to by 16 percentage points before we meet
by
the target.
December. So, I mean, that is something that is quite worrying. Are we going to be, because especially in the past 2 months, we've seen a hike. It's inflation
not going down south, it's rather going up north in terms of the figures.
Yes, in terms of the rate increases. Because when you look at from December last year, where it's actually peaked, and we saw a downward trajectory over time, and then now you are beginning to see it increasing. Then the cost.
You had said earlier on in this show, one of the days, that you don't necessarily believe that the dip at the time was due to something government was doing.
Something the fiscal side was doing.
But it was more of
the monetary control, the Bank of Ghana policies. Yeah.
All right. So are you now saying that what you said is what is now showing, that it wasn't fiscal, it was monetary that moved it down?
Yeah. So
why is it going up?
I'm saying that is the work of Bank of Ghana to control inflation, but that must be in context. So if Bank of Ghana is doing everything it can to control inflation, but what the fiscal side is spending on is not going into the productive sectors of the economy, then prices will go up. So it's not just Bank of Ghana or the monetary side that must do something to control inflation, but the fiscal side must also be disciplined to check it. Otherwise, it's like one hand is trying to bring it down. I'm not saying another hand is also pulling it up, but
you're always so cautious of the words you use.
Yeah, because
the point is, if monetary and fiscal policy must go together,
they must be go hand in hand.
If they are going divergent ways, it means that whatever target you set is really going to be difficult to achieve. So if monetary is doing what it's doing, thinking that it's matter, and then fiscal is taking the other route, then obviously there will always be a problem. And as for government, as for finance ministry, they want to spend so that they can let the people know that they are working. So if the central bank says, oh, Joe, reduce spending, but you want people to say the government is not working. No, we have to be shown to be working. You understand it? So the expenditure will go. But see, the inflation that we are seeing, we should not forget about the role of the forex. You see, because the local currency is struggling to be stable against the major trading currencies, what it simply means is that every price will be going up, in the sense that in this country, when the exchange rate slides, it translates into fuel prices, because we largely import our fuel needs. Finished products are what we import in this country we use. And we use the foreign currency to be able to import this product. And therefore, when the local currency loses grounds, what it means is that you need more of the local currency in order to be able to purchase anything. And aside fuel, we are also largely an import-dependent country. So it means that most of the things that we use here are also imported. And therefore, when your local currency slides, it means that all things we are importing to this country, prices will also go up. And when that happens, it reflects in prices across board. And you know that when fuel price goes up and drivers actually increase transportation fares, it means that everything in the country is going up. So clearly, though the monetary policy is doing everything possible, they are finding it difficult to have a tap on the forex. And therefore, so long as we are not able to put the forest under control and have some stability in the forest, then definitely controlling inflation is going to be very difficult for us. So we should look at the role forest is playing in fueling inflation in the country. So the question is, what really are we going to be able to do to make sure that the local currency becomes more stable? As long as we are not able to find that solution, and today you go to the market and the forest is being quoted at about 13 point something, you see that a liter of fuel by the three major oil marketing companies in the market, GOIL, Shell, and Total, will be telling you that the liter of fuel is at 14.6 cedis, a liter of fuel. Clearly, you should understand that all effort to control inflation will come to naught when we have such a system. So obviously, the inflation going up, to me, is not a surprise, because for the past month of March, even from February, we have had consistent increase in fuel prices. We have had consistent increase in fuel prices. And that is translating into the price of goods and services on the market, because transportation goes up and everything is affected. At the same time, most of the things we use are imported. And when importers go out there and they need more cedis to be able to buy the things, when they come here and they are going to sell in cedi, they have to sell it at a certain price that they are considering about their forest recovery, so that when they are going to import, they don't find deficit, so they will increase the prices. So obviously, inflation going up for now, although a lot of the economic indices appear to be under control. Clearly, the inflation issue, until we put the local currency under control and we're able to stabilize the cedi, it's going to be difficult to say we are going to have inflation under control, because not ever it becomes an issue.
The 10 or 6 is what? Unrealistic. It won't happen.
Looking at what is that, because right now the drivers are threatening even to increase fuel prices, transport fares. So assuming that drivers are shouting 30% increment, assuming that even get even 15% of a transport fare increment, obviously, once transport go up, food price and everything goes up on the market. How then are you going to get the inflation to come down?
Okay.
And here is the case: we are even not able. We are not sure whether the city is not going to go to 14 or 15, because every day we get a stock market, a financial market.
All right, Mr. Martin, you have something to say about that?
And we get the city going down.
Yeah, for me, I cannot. I mean, I don't have enough data to say the 8% to be achieved or not. However, maybe I would think that. I mean, government has another chance to review its targets in the mid-year budget. Is that correct? And so government is able to review that. So maybe we'll have to wait to see what they will do. Then we are able to tell. But right now, when you look at the trend, but I agree with Mr. Darko on the two drivers he mentioned, the fuel and then the weakness of the cedi or the exchange rate volatility. And because we have lost about 7.27% year to date as of mid-March in terms of cedi to dollar, the rate. So that translates into the prices. Like I said, a lot of the things we consume are import-driven, and the fuel pricing also manifests explicitly in the things that we purchase. And so if these two things are not under control, then you would also expect the inflation to go up. But a third thing I would want to add is the month-on-month inflation.
Why not add the food inflation as well?
Okay, food inflation is also cool. Okay. But let me begin from the month-on-month inflation. Okay. So it was 1.6 in the previous month, although we saw a hike. But although this one has increased to 25.8, the month-on-month inflation has fallen to 0.8.
Okay.
And so you can see that what is really driving the inflation is also weakening. And it's important to explain this so that we'll see that although inflation is rising, if next month we should see it fall
like 0.5 or 0.4 or something,
we should see it fall, it shouldn't be surprising, because the underlying factors that holds the inflation, you can see that they are also being controlled well. Yeah. And so if this trajectory continues, then you expect that the inflation rate may come down in the ensuing months.
Okay, all right. Let's talk crops. Let's start with cashew. First of all, internationally, cashew is now a big deal. And we have a country that has the land that is conducive enough to produce large volumes of cashew. The average yield of cashew in Ghana, according to research, is 0.5 tons per hectare, 0.5. But the potential yield should be 1.8. So we're not doing even half of what we can do in terms of cashew, with Ghana achieving only 27.78% of its potential yield. So the news this week was that we were to host the 6th Consultative International Cashew Council Conference, which would also come with the Cashew Expo and Exhibition, themed projecting the cashew sector through local consumption, value addition, and job creation. Do you see that? Yeah. So they want to make cashew a big deal. 3 things are important, and you can find them in the theme for the Cashew Expo and Exhibition. It says projecting the cashew sector through local consumption. You see why I'm always buying cashew. I'm one of the patriotic Ghanaians, because
in terms of cashew,
they love cashew. I mean, cashew is like the coolest snack ever, you know. Yeah. So local consumption, then value addition, because the value addition we see on the streets is them salting it, right, putting it in those plastic containers, and then they stand by the wayside. But I prefer to drive into the nearest fuel station, the mats that is there. I'm safe. I feel safer with those ones than the roadside. The roadside, I have a feeling that the expiry date is on the way. Yeah, so let's talk cashew because it looks like cashew is going to be a big deal. And it says that there will be a cashew research dialogue from 14th to 17th of April this month. A cashew research, and the conference is actually from 16th to 20th. Okay. Meaning that from 14th all through to the 20th, Ghana is talking cashew. Mr. Daku, what are your thoughts on cashew?
No, for me, cashew is a big thing. And, you know, in Ghana, it's the Bono and Ahafo area that the lands are really fertile for cashew production. There are efforts to produce the cashew, getting, as you say, the maximum requirement in terms of yields.
Yeah, the potential yield. We're unable to meet
it. And for that reason, the government has set about a tree crop authority to look at 6 tree crops that can generate over $6 billion for Ghana in a year.
They are actually hosting the conference.
Yeah, so the efforts are already underway to make sure that we maximize the production of cashew in Ghana. If you look at the figures around the world, cashew is a major thing. And in Ghana now, even the challenge we are having is that the few ones that are being produced, the farmers want to export and earn $1 instead of selling to local processors. We have so many local processors in Ghana, but they are not having enough cashew to process in the country. So at the end of the day, the companies ended up shutting down because the farmers wants to export. And I think on occasions, government attempted to ban the export of raw cashew so that the local processors can have the raw materials. The farmers hit back with the argument that the local processors are not paying good money for the cashew, and therefore they also will not want to sell on the local market. So I think these issues need to be resolved to enable us really take good care of the sector. For me, we shouldn't be producing raw materials and exporting them abroad. We should always add value to whatever we produce here. That is what makes a country grow. That is what creates the jobs. That is what brings some taxes to the state. That is what keeps the country going. That is what, at the end of the day, when you export the processed one, the revenue you get from the processed one is more. It brings in more foreign exchange compared to exporting the raw cashew. So I think that with the Tree Crops Authority expecting that the Tree Crops project can generate billions of dollars for Ghana in a year, I think that is just important that we all support every effort to make sure that cashew is grown, especially in Bono and Ahafo region where the land and everything support is grown. We grow it in larger quantities, makes the money out of it so that we can prosper. But because we cannot have a land that is fertile enough to grow these things, and we live in abject poverty in the same community where the land can grow these things, and we live in abject poverty. So I think that it's good that we are hosting this major conference. But I only hope and pray that it will not be another talk shop where after hosting and issuing a communique, the papers will just go and gather dust whilst nothing is being done on the ground. For me, that is my biggest problem.
We're hosting about 11 countries.
Yeah, and then we'll go and do all the talks and put all the recommendations on paper, and at the end of the day, the statistics will still show that we are not doing much enough about the sector. I don't want that to be the case. If tree crops sector alone can generate 12 billion or 10 billion for us a year, why should we be poor? Why should we be poor if tree crops can generate 10, 12 billion? Cocoa that we talk about is the backbone of the economy. When the city is struggling around the October area, we try and find possible to go and get some loans. How much do we get? The highest we get is 2 billion. Now that production has declined in cocoa to all that level, how much are we going to get from cocoa loans? We took about 1.1 billion to buy cocoa. But we are saying that the tree crop sector, even cashew, can fetch us even more money than cocoa if we do it well. So I think that the opportunities are there, but we should just make sure that the talk does not become too much. We have been a country of talkers. We have not really proven to be a country of doers. It's about time we change from the too much talk and be those that are doing the thing. So that when we sit here, we are talking, we say, Ghana is the #1 producer of cashew. Our next door, Ivory Coast, they lead us in cocoa. Do you know in cashew too they are leading us? In cashew too, Ivory Coast is doing wonderfully well in cashew. But here is the case, we are just neighboring countries. Our climate is the same. What they can grow, we can grow in Ghana. So how come is it that in cashew, Ivory Coast is doing better than us? In cocoa, Ivory Coast is doing better than us. Even in palm oil, palm, Ivory Coast is doing better than us. Please, let's just reduce the talk. Let's get action. Let's get the things done so that we can also say, oh, we are beating Ivory Coast to the cashew production. We are beating Ivory Coast to this. We are making more money from that. Then we can also be proud of that. But when we are just next door neighbors, and these major crops, when we mention them, all of them, they are doing more than that. Sometimes when Blue Skies and Co. short pineapple in Ghana, they go to Ivory Coast to import pineapple. To Ghana, pineapple. But pineapple, they go import from Ivory Coast to Blue Sky to be able to add to their production. When the land is here for us to do it. So for me, the conference should not be another talk after which we just go and put the papers on the shelf to gather dust. I expect that in the next 5 years, the agenda of the tree crops authority will come into fruition, where we can now say that, oh, cocoa give us 2 billion, but the tree crops give us 10-12 billion. Okay, as I said here, palm was giving Malaysians over $12 billion a year. So cashew, if you look at it, the global market is huge, and it can give us a lot of money.
I mean, interestingly, among the things they want to do during this conference is to educate the public on the nutritional benefits of cashew products and provide a platform for local cashew processors to explore new markets and enhance their market presence. Why should we be educated on cashew at this time?
Jerry,
we don't know cashew is already.
I think that has a psychological effect, especially to the Ghanaian populace. There are things you have that you do not know.
We don't know
the use or the relevance of it, and so that will have a psychological effect.
Is it cashew atia?
It is.
And now we need to do public education on the nutritional benefits of atia.
Yes.
Hey, people.
But I'm looking at why a public education on that. And
I same with cocoa.
We don't know.
People don't know the nutritional benefits of taking cocoa.
But I think on the part of local processing, I think one of our challenges as a country is our limited local processing. We have about 14 cashew processing plants, but only 10 of them are active, processing less than 10% of the total cashew production. And so the remaining plants have either ceased operation or shut down completely. And I think that is a major challenge. And also our lack of capital. Local processors face challenges.
It's always a big deal.
Yeah,
capital is always a challenge.
Yes, it's a big deal. And as well, export dependency. Over 90% of our cashew production is exported to India and Vietnam.
Why are we even sending this? Because we are not consuming it.
But they know the value, so they are consuming
exactly
it.
The point. And so I think that there is opportunity in there we must tap into, especially because between 2020 and 2025, it is projected that the cashew industry, would reach almost $7 billion. $7 billion. And so there is everything to fight for in that cashew industry.
I'm shocked
to fight
that
for.
We are now going to do public education on cashew.
You see, this is the issue.
Atia.
No, but cocoa, what about cocoa? Are we not now doing public education annually on the need to consume cocoa and chocolate? We do it. So it's important that we understand that. Jerry, for me, if we even do the public discussion well, so that people get to know the benefit
of cashew.
And then the misconceptions about cashew. You know what we're kids, you milk,
you die. You die. And
I think we're not only about the seed though. We're not even talking about what we can make out of the fruit.
Yes, exactly. And why are we
cashew milk is very nutritious.
What do we export? What do we export? Isn't it the cashew seeds we export?
Yeah.
Because we don't. That's the point.
So what happens to the soft
yeah.
So
the only problem I had with Atia was the staining. It stains your school uniform.
Yeah.
So now you can't lie to your mother that you didn't go and tear Atia.
Yeah.
But Atia was big in my days, eh?
So yeah, I think we need a local research, either by government, either by industry, or in fact anyone. We need a local research that looks into the structural challenges being faced by local processors of cashew. And we need research to go into what really we can do with cashew and what we can get out of cashew. Because if its industry is going to wind up with about $7 billion by 2025, which is just a year ahead of us, and my understanding or projection is that in the next projection, it will be worth more than that, then we need to really understand the structural issues around its processing and how we will be able to tap into the opportunities that lies therein. Otherwise, we will still be a country, we will still be a Gettysburg economy where we are skilled in producing primary products, but we have no efforts to processing that primary product into semi-final and finished goods.
That's interesting. And so cashew is going to be a big deal this month. From the 14th all through to the 20th, cashew is going to be the talk of town. And I think it's something that, as Zed Business, being heavy in the area of business, we should be a key part of this conference, the advisory meetings, and then the expo and the exhibition.
Yes.
I would love to see who is producing cashew milk in Ghana. I would like to see the brand behind cashew milk and all that. Because dairy-free milk,
fresh,
of course,
can be cooked in curries or fermented into vinegar, citric acid, or an alcoholic drink. It is also used to make preservatives like catnip and jams in countries like India and Brazil.
And if there's cashew milk, then it means there's cashew ice cream.
And of course, then you can do jam, cashew jam, and all these things. And the question in Ghana, all the fruits, the apple, what do we use it for? Are we doing the jams and those things? So you see, it means that there's a whole value chain for the apple that we are actually not even exploiting, because our focus is to sell the seeds. It's to sell the seeds. So I think that, I told you that when President Akufo said we are discussing comedy here, we are sitting on the money but we are hungry. Because all these things we are talking about this morning, look at the value chain and how much money they can bring.
When you go on the shelves, go to the supermarket, if you see the numbers of things that are imported, the jams and the rest, all the spreads that meanwhile cashew could give us all that, yes, without us exporting. And all we do is cocoa.
And cashew could even generate more revenue for Ghana than cocoa. Cashew can do that. So you see, when sometimes we just focus on one, because that's for cocoa, the end. So all that we can. What about our generation? Can't our generation also say we have brought in the cashew, we've made good use of cashew?
So Jerry, you set up plantations to produce cashew. You need industries to process the cashew too.
Cottage.
Yes, you need to be able to milk it enough. You
see,
you need to add value to what has been. You see, Ghana.
I keep saying cottage
because
Charlie,
of what
I'm
they
a
can
Greek
do.
student.
Okay.
I'm a Greek student, so anytime I get these things, I get interested. Cashews milking, it's not complicated at all. You soak it overnight, you drain, you blend. It's so easy. Because you see, cashew, the fact that you're able to chew the seeds raw, what it means is that when you are actually processing the milk out of this, you necessarily don't need to throw anything away. So that's why you could blend all, and cashew milk.
Yeah, and that's
so
why
healthy.
I am strongly calling for a local research into cashew production.
I'm sure some Greek student has done that thing.
But
No. This has been done by Yao Jehu Achreko.
It's been done already.
Georgina Bini Wayeboa Faustina Dufie Kumenu, Francis Alemawo, FC Mills Robertson, and William Odum.
So many accounts.
And look at what they found as nutritional value of cashew. This is an extensive work. The Apollo, it has vitamin C. It has vitamin C. It has polyphenols. And the things potassium, magnesium, calcium, sodium, iron, phosphorus, sulfur, manganese, crude fiber, total sugar.
And it's a product we need to make noise about.
This is a thorough research done by Ghanaians, okay? Ghanaians, amino acids. So the fruits, so not the seed, we are not talking about the seed, we are talking about the fruits. Look at all the benefits in just eating the fruits. But the question, how many of us even eat the fruit?
I mean, if it wasn't the seeds I was buying in town, I don't remember the last time I even saw a tea.
I've seen some.
Cut all the trees in my area.
I've seen some recently.
With the fruit. So in actual fact, what we need to live a healthy life and what we need to prosper, we are sitting right by them. But to just think small outside the box and make sure that we take advantage of it and use it becomes a problem. And if Ghanaians have done this research and have put, why is it that we cannot just take advantage of somebody's work and say, somebody has done the work already? Let's just.
I said the work has been done.
And that's what I was telling you that the last time that I see, we think about industrialization as big companies. But if we think of industrialization as cottage industry, small equipment and machines that can be used to convert things, process things. If we begin to think like that, you will see what we can do in this country, because cashew is largely produced in BA. And if we are able to come out with basic cottage industries where the fruits can be processed into basic drinks, serve it to the school children in the area.
It's the most nutritional
thing. And you
thing
see how healthy the children will grow.
That's what we need.
And people get business out of it. But I want to wait and come and buy. I don't want to mention any other some brand. But I want to come and buy some sugar mixed with some color.
I know.
Okay, some sugar mixed with color.
I know.
And put in our children their bag that take it to school as snack. When the one they actually need, which is more nutritious to their body, is right before us.
It's on their soil.
And we cannot just put in place basic cottage industry.
Anyway.
Basic, we have NBSSI, National Board for Small Scale Industries. It has been on paper. It has a whole office. Question is today, how many small industries can we count in this country that came from NBSSI?
So
interestingly, we use NBSSI to develop basic processing tools that can be used to convert apples of cashew into basic drinks for people in the community where these things are grown.
I'm sure next week the cashew conversation will go to the next level, because the country, 11 countries, they're all coming here.
Their
conference. So we'll see how it goes. This week too, in business, unfortunately, there was cocoa, but then this time around, hectares that have been rehabilitated are being seized. They are under siege by a mining company. That's an unfortunate story, because even cashew, according to the tree crops folks, they have something they call free tree projects that they are doing. They are also planting some of the cashew that got messed up by the galamsey. So if we are recovering cocoa, and all of a sudden mining is still now, even first it was galamsey messing up cocoa. Now we are replanting. Now proper mining companies come and say, hey, that whole place is mine. Why is there a fight between mining, whether illegal or legal, and crops in terms of export crops like cocoa? Why are we even having this fight? Can't we decide which one is more important? Why have we left the two of them to go head to head? Either you're doing mining or you're doing cocoa. You can't do both, and one must. What is the problem?
The long-term thinking is the problem. See, I told you that when we find problems, we don't find solutions. See, everybody, those doing money are looking for the quick money. But see, that cocoa farm you want to destroy might be there like 30, 40 years, 50 years. Some of the cocoa trees were planted at the time you were not even born. But because of your greed for money, you think that you have to just pull all the cocoa trees down and quickly get some gold and sell and make some money and buy some candy, making noise into our ears. That's all you are interested in. You're not even interested that generations that will come after you if our great-grandfather had destroyed the lands in search of greed, would you be finding any place today to even live on? So you see, this story is so important that, as I said, I'm waiting to see how Ghana Cocoa Board will approach this issue. Because we have over 500,000 hectares of cocoa farms in Ghana destroyed by the swollen shoe disease.
Between 2018 and February 2024.
You understand it? We are not doing,
that's a lot. 590,000 tons.
And then the government said, let's do something about this because the industry is under siege. In 2019, the government went for a $600 million loan from the Africa Development Bank for the cocoa sector. Out of that money, $230 million has been set aside to rehabilitate cocoa farms affected by the swollen shoe disease. This $230 million will not be able to do all the 590,000 hectares anyway, but it's a start. And so far, the government has rehabilitated about 54,000 hectares of the cocoa farms. What the rehabilitation does is that the government comes in and look at your cocoa trees. If they are affected by the swollen shoe disease, government takes the farm over, and every hectare that they cut down, they pay you compensation of 1,000 cedis per hectare. And after government has paid you the compensation, government now hires a company to cut down all the cocoa trees and pays them money for that. Cocoa Board bears the entire cost of the cutting, treating, planting, replanting, and maintenance of the farm for 2 years. So they will cut down the cocoa trees, pay you 1,000 cedis per hectare. After that, they have laborers who will now replant the cocoa, the seedlings on the land, till the farm, maintain the farm for 2 years, and hand it over to the cocoa farm, all free of charge because government has gone for a loan to do that. Government even plant plantain among them so that the farmer can be feeding on the plantain whilst the cocoa trees grow up to bear fruits. And after government has invested money to do all these things, then somebody comes and says, I've been given a mining concession, and the concession covers all the places where government has rehabilitated, and the cocoa seedlings are now growing up. I want to just grade everything and mine because somebody has given me a concession to come and mine. This is madness. We shouldn't even hesitate to use the word. This is madness. Government has gone for a loan, replanted the land, cut the disease tree, replanted it, did everything. And the new trees are now growing. The seedlings are now growing. 2, 3, 4 years time, they'll start bearing fruit. You say somebody has given you a concession, so you have come, you want to destroy the entire 150 acres of farms, and you want to mine. I don't know how we do these things. And I think that in this country, we must allow this thing. We shouldn't allow this thing. Look, cocoa, as we speak, do you know how much? Look, so far in that project, government has actually invested 110 million cedis into the rehabilitation project out of the $230 million. Okay? 27,000 farmers and tenants have been paid. How much were they paid? They got about 43 million cedis paid to farmers already. And look at how cocoa price has risen from less than 3,000 in May last year. Cocoa price as at May last year was less than $3,000. In this year, cocoa price have risen by over 150%, okay, to over $10,000. In fact, as we speak, cocoa price right now as we are speaking, the price of cocoa per metric ton is $10,000, $727. $10,727 is the price for a metric ton of cocoa as we are speaking right now. Why will anybody with the right senses will want somebody to go and mine and destroy cocoa? Are we really serious in this country? Anybody that is sitting here should wake up and say this nonsense must stop. From less than $3,000, we are now at $10,727 dollars per metric ton. Convert it to Ghana cedis and see how much Do you know how many? I always say metric ton. You are talking 16 bags of cocoa. 16 bags of cocoa.
Okay.
It's what is costing you $10,000.
So we've done cocoa, we've done cashew, we've done inflation. We're talking to our good friend Gordon Nikwe from Esoko to tell us what the commodities look like this week, and then going into tomorrow's marketing day, what we are to expect. Good morning, Gordon.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you, my brother. Welcome to Zed 101.9 FM.
Thank you. And let me say, Baraka de Sana to all our Muslim brothers and sisters.
Great.
Who is just celebrating their Eid al-Fitr. I wish them all the best.
Okay, so what is the commodities market looking like from Esoko's point of view this week, especially as we head into tomorrow where a lot of our people will go to the market?
Yeah, good morning to our listeners, and I will say good morning to everybody once again. And from our monitoring point of view, this month or last month, there were stably fair prices on the market without any change. We don't have any major change in the prices. There were one or two changes, and it's significant. There's just about some 2 cedi, 5 cedi, maximum 10 cedi change in prices, which makes the price go a little bit higher. It hasn't been any major change in the prices as at today. We are expecting the prices to be fairly stable like that, since although our budgets in the transport industry have been crying for increments which has not come, we are hoping they will not take the laws into their own hands to increase prices. If that happens, that will cause a drastic change of commodity prices on the market, especially the downstream market. I mean, the markets in Accra and Kumasi, Takoradi, Tekos, and the rest. But for now, we are not expecting any major change. But when the prices increase, when the lorry fares increase, yes, it will affect prices in the downstream markets greatly. For the upstream, which is the Tamale, the Upper West, and the rest, prices are fairly stable. We haven't had any change in price. We are also expecting that as we started growing, or we started the farming season in the south, most of the people who afford maize is releasing maize and rice, granite beans into the market. So prices will come down slightly this month. And we are also hoping that slight change in price should also benefit the consumer who goes to the market to buy those things. Most of when there's a slight change, the consumers don't benefit much. But we are hoping that this time our market women will also have the consumer at heart, and then when there's that slight change, they will also pass it on to the consumer.
Okay, so that's Mr. Nikwe is from Esoko. We want to also find out from you, are there specific crops or produce out there that have seen a very drastic drop in prices, or some that have seen an increase? Specifics, if you can help us with that.
So specifically, it's tomato. We have seen an increase in price because we have exhausted most of the tomatoes we have in the country. Now, most of the tomatoes is coming from Burkina. So there has been a drastic increase in price of tomato. There has been an increase in price of onions on the market. What I've not seen any price change is maize, which is one of the staples that we use. Maize and rice, everything in the change. All the prices have been stable for the past 3 weeks. We haven't seen any major change in maize and rice. Yam too have had a slight increase. Well, yes, we are expecting it to happen because we are in the late season of rice yam. So we are expecting the price to go up slightly. We are hoping that the new yam will come in very soon. I'm hoping by next month, Tekimai in Kwaza area should start bringing out new maize, which will bring the price also down. But if you want where price has increased, yes, tomato and onion has had a drastic price increase. And also pepper. The vegetables which have some price increase as of now.
So the vegetables, and you are saying that this increase is due to the fact that these are imported from our neighboring countries.
Yes.
That's interesting. And our local production is unable to meet these demands, and that is why Ghanaians are still looking to Burkina for tomato, onion, and pepper.
There are two dynamics in that.
Please explain to us.
So when the rainfall season is over, we don't have any produce on the market. And you know that we had our season ending in November last year. Whatever we have in the system have been consumed. What we do in Ghana is those who are doing irrigation. So the Tono, that's Navungo, the Via in Bolga, the small irrigation sites in Brongafu. And then our friends who are close to water bodies who are doing the dry season farming were able to support since then till now. Now we have, as I said, exhausted it. So we need to go out of the country and bring them in. And the transition comes from here to the border, then from the border to wherever that market man is bringing the thing for, is also affecting our price. So yes, if we can increase our dry season farming and our irrigation, for the land we have the land. For the technical know-how, we have the technical know-how. Now it's the water resources to do the farming, and it's not easy to do dry season farming. You need a pump, you need the water. If you don't have water body there, you need to drill a borehole or need something to store water, which has become a big challenge to most of our farmers. I know you may ask what is happening from our ministry, but the ministry is trying its best to make sure that there are some dams which are operating 24/7, but it's not enough. Some of them they are doing their best, but we also need to do more so we can get the vegetables. You know, the vegetables are perishable, so if we don't grow them regularly to meet every month's demand, it will get finished or some will even go waste. We have a lot of tomatoes going waste in Tiobodom last year and even this year because there were drought and we don't have buyers to consume them. Most of our tomato factories are down, so we grow and we consume.
Mr. Nikwe, let me find out from you. You've been going around the country, you've been gathering data. Isn't storage supposed to have solved a lot of this seasonal dips and highs in prices? What do you see on the ground with regards to storage facilities for these commodities?
Okay, I will say that for storage facilities, I think the Planting for Food and Job made a very good advancement in that area, especially to store the grains and the loggings. I can say that almost in every district there is a storage facility over there to store maize, rice, beans, granules, or what have you. But we don't have storage facility for vegetables. We store vegetables under a cold chain, under an AC or in a cold room. And this we don't have currently in most of our growing areas. So when we grow them, we get people to buy them and then we consume. Those who can store and then process, the process factories are not working. You go to Tetimine, tomato factory, it's virtually closed down. Go to Wenchi, the same. So we don't actually process to keep them for the future. Now, there's two different things. There's one thing, putting the infrastructure there, and there's the other thing in feeding the infrastructure. Now we have the warehouse there, but there's no maize in it. There's no rice in it. So what is the use of the warehouse? So yes, I'm happy that this phase 2 of the Planting for Food and Job is looking at now taking the commodities and putting them in the warehouse, whereby we can keep them for, and that will also give a guaranteed price for at a stable form, just as we have had it now. After now, if you ask me, I can say there's only some few warehouses in Tumu that I don't have a lot of maize in them, and then one or two in Techiman. When you go to most of the warehouses around, go name them Dambai, Ikwata, Ofenso, Sunyani. Where name it. There's no maize in it.
The warehouses are there, but there are no maize in it.
Hello?
You said the warehouses are there, but the maize is not in it. Hello, Mr. Nikwe. Hello, Mr. Nikwe. Good morning, sir. Mr. Nikwe, are you still there? So I think Mr. Nikwe's line went down. I still continue with my colleagues in the studio. Yes, so you heard. Yes, I'm talking. Yes, you heard from Mr. Nikwe.
Yeah, I did. And I mean, it ties in with the arguments Mr. Darko was making before he came in. And I think he was settling on the increase in the prices of cocoa. And I mean, on Monday we saw Ghana has increased the price of cocoa by 58.26%. And I think that this morning we want to have that discussion against the backdrop that globally cocoa prices increased by about 150%. And so what does that mean? What is driving the increase in the price of cocoa? According to Cocoa Board, it is to enhance the income of cocoa farmers in response to the global rise in the prices on the international market. Again, to control the smuggling of cocoa by...
Yeah, Mr. Nikwe, Emmanuel, sorry to catch you. Mr. Nikwe, are you back on the line?
Yeah, I'm back on the line.
Good.
Sorry for that.
So we're talking about warehouses being there, but no grain in them.
Yes.
And what is accounting for that?
I would say I also give it to two accounts. One, finance to buy the maize, and two, availability of the maize. Yes, we'll grow enough excess maize on the market, but we don't have money to go and buy it. We're going to keep it in the warehouse. And so we've tried a lot with this warehouse system, which is being operated by the commodity stock exchange. But it has not been that successful. The education has not been that good for somebody to come and keep this warehouse its maize in the warehouse, and then get a bankable receipt to go to the bank and collect the money, and then later on they'll sell. The other thing too is that yes, we are producing and we are getting the maize, but not getting the volume that we can keep some and then eat some and then leave some in the warehouse. But now, as I said last year, we were blessed with a lot of maize. That's why we have a lot of maize in the Tumo area, which is in warehouses, but so we have a lot of maize on the market, making it the prices more stable. In the middle belt, where we call the maize triangle, that's around the Idra, in Kwaza, Tetimike, in Tampo, all the way to Tobunso in the Asante region. We have a lot of maize also in that area, but they are all in the hands of individual farmers who have small warehouses in their houses. So in the main warehouse that has been built, we are here to get maize there. Another thing I think is that we need to have a deliberate program in keeping the maize in the warehouses. A deliberate program that say maybe the government coming in with MOFA and then go around to mop up maize from the market, pay for them, and then come and put them in the warehouse for future use.
Interesting. So as always, Mr. Nikwe, I'm going to put you on the spot again. Tomorrow, if there's a listener who wants to go to the markets, the downstreams, what commodity would you send the person to go to? Which market? I know you will say I'm trying to help you market.
You want me to market some market against other markets?
Yes.
I will not go.
I know you never do that. So help our women.
What I was saying is that there shouldn't be any change in the price you bought your tomato last week as against this week.
Okay.
Then if there's any change, you should get just about 2-3 cedi, maximum 5 cedi change in price of how we bought it last week as against this week across the markets. But if you want to buy volumes, you want to buy in wholesale, you are having a party, you want a bag of onion. Yes, that one you can go to the Agbosh market or the new market at Ajekodokun, where you have a fair wholesale prices on the market. The market is doing well. Their prices are fairly stable. They haven't been major change in prices that we normally know on the market. I think this. But if you go tomorrow, yes, no expect any major price. All this is happening because the drivers haven't increased their fares.
Okay.
But hey, when this thing happens,
you never know.
Expect a change in price.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Nikwe is from Esoko, and he's been giving us all the lowdown on the commodities you heard from me. Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure next week we'll be bothering you again, sir.
Thank you, and you're always welcome. I'm always here to give you the latest market price, the latest indicators on the ground, so that we all prepare ourselves for the weekend.
Thank you so much, sir. Enjoy your day. So, yes, you heard from the man, Mr. Gordon Nikwe. He said if you went to the market, you shouldn't expect any significant increase in your tomatoes and all that. However, he put a caveat there that this is all dependent on whether the drivers would unilaterally increase their transport prices. And when they do, then it's going to affect everything else. But aside that, hey, everything is going to be fine. Gentlemen, last words before I let you off the business roundtable. Mr. Boateng.
Okay. And so, like I was speaking, that the increase in the price of cocoa has been largely driven by the global increase in the prices by about 150%, and also to control smuggling, because Cote d'Ivoire has increased its prices. And so if you don't increase the price of cocoa in Ghana, then it will be better off selling it on the Cote d'Ivoire market, right? So that you are able to make your margins. And it is important to note that we lost 150,000 tons of cocoa through smuggling the 2022-2023 season. And also the swollen shoots must be addressed, because we are losing in excess of 500,000 tons of cocoa as a result of swollen shoots and the galamsey issues. And so I think there are some structural issues in our commodities markets that we need to address. The cashew issue brought a structural issue to bear, or to the fore, that we need to address. And I think government must be deliberate in those areas to be able to stabilize these things, because what we will make from there would be relevant to showing up our reserves as well.
Yeah, I mean, you heard Mr. Nikwe saying that there are warehouses, but then there is no maize in it as well. I mean, and he also said government must actually come on the ground and mop up the excesses and put them inside there. The government must come by and put it out there. Mr. Dakun, you have the last word.
Yeah, I think the cocoa price in Ghana too has actually been increased by clearly about over 258% in this 2023-2024 cocoa season. I think that at the beginning of the season, the cocoa price last year was 800 cedis per bag. That was how much it was sold last year. So at the beginning of the cocoa season, government increased the cocoa price from 800 cedis to 1,308 per bag, which represented 63.5%. That was the price as at October, November, when the first price was announced. How about looking at the rise in prices from about $3,000 to currently about $10,000 for a ton of cocoa? Government decided to do additional increment, and that's where we are having the increment now, moving from the 1,308 to 2,070 cedis per bag, and that also represents 58.26%. So cumulatively, if you are looking at the increase from the 800 cedis to 2,070 cedis, then there is about 258% increments in the price of cocoa per bag. I know that there hasn't been this argument between cocoa farmers and political parties. Any party in government will say cocoa farmer deserves more. But the truth is that we have always given a 70% of the free on board price, FOB, to cocoa farmers in Ghana for so many years now. Reason being that as Cocoa Board as an organization, it also needs a lot of money to operate. The argument is that people think Cocoa Board in a way is a waste because now it's saddled with so much debt. So why should it be there regulating and taking part of the money that should have gone directly to cocoa farmers, yet in part is not? But people also normally don't talk about all the things that Cocoa Board has been doing to cocoa farmers by helping them with extension services, by helping them with seeds, by helping them with fertilizer and other inputs. Cocoa Board is also doing a lot for cocoa farmers. And as we've established that with the swollen shoot disease, government now has gone in for a loan and is rehabilitating the farm, will maintain it for 2 years, even pay compensation for cutting down the diseased cocoa trees, all free of charge, just to make sure that cocoa remains the backbone of the economy.
Cocoa remains the backbone of the economy. Thank you so much, Mr. Dakun, for coming through. And Mr. Emmanuel Boateng as well. Coming up is a customer service and experience moment right here on Zed in the Morning.
Jim, and it's great to be back home.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Moment right here on Zed in the Morning. So this week we've been discussing, I think on Wednesday as well, we looked at the 5 levels of business customer engagement, and we said that the business is supposed to know the level the customer is in at every point in time. The first level we spoke about was a level of uncertainty, where the customer is not sure of what the experience is going to be like. So the question the customer will ask is, what is going to happen? What is going to happen? There's no consistency because there is nothing the customer has to look to. So level 1 is uncertainty. Then we spoke about level 2, which is alignment. So if level 1, the question is, what is going to happen? Level 2, it is more of, yes, I see what they are doing. I hear what they are saying. Now prove it to me. First, I was uncertain. Now I'm hearing you. Prove it to me. So the second level was what we were calling, and according to Shep Hyken's book, The Cult of the Customer, we were calling it the level of alignment. There's a third level, which is the level of experience. So this time, it is not about uncertainty, or it's not about show it to me. This time, it's about, I have experienced it, but what will happen the next time? So you see the difference? The first one is, I'm unsure, show it to me. Level 3, which is experience, said, I have now experienced it. What is going to happen next time? I've had a good experience, but is it going to continue? Am I going to continue enjoying it, or tomorrow will be different from today? That's what we call the level of experience. Then the person comes and has another great experience. He moves from the level of experience to the level of ownership. Ownership, saying, yes, I think this thing is going to continue. I love what these people are doing here. I'll keep coming here. Then there is a last level, which is called the level of amazement. And here, ownership matures into loyalty. This is where the customer becomes your disciple. The customer goes out and begins to sing your word and say, these people are good, these people are good, these people are good. So let's recap the 5 levels quickly before we run out of here. Level 1, uncertainty. Level 2, alignment. Level 3 is experience. Level 4 is ownership. And level 5 is amazement. So these are the 5 levels you want your customers to go through, but you want them to end at amazement, where they become your disciples. In fact, your customers at the amazement level will become your sales team, although you will not be paying them. They will become your sales and marketing and advertising team, all on their own, because they'll be going around singing your praises. So there you have it. This has been your lesson for today on customer service and experience moments right here on Zed in the Morning. We'll be back after this. bed. So yes, that's your show, people. Zed in the Morning is wrapping up for the week. It's been a great show. Last round, very simple. What do you call a military garrison in the particular locality? It's a cantonment. So yes, that for me is the easiest to find. The origin of the name cantonment, because the British had a military garrison there, and a name for a military garrison is cantonment. So there you have it, cantonments, military garrison. This is your show, people. And before I leave you, as always, pray like it only depends on God, but work like it only depends on you. Zed in the Morning is off for the weekend. We'll be back on Monday, people.
Zed 101.9 FM.
Leisure and business, we set out to bring high-value oriented programs that captivate the taste and desires of our audience. From the captivating airwaves of Zed 101.9 FM to the dynamic visuals of Zed TV and the innovative realms of Zed Digital and the incubation of advanced technological knowledge at Zed Tech, every facet of modern media is meticulously curated to engage and inspire. Also, let's not forget the New Finder newspaper, now under the Zed Multimedia umbrella, delivering insightful journalism with a business focus. Join us on the journey where innovation meets inspiration, where lifestyle meets leisure, and where business thrives. Change is here. Zed Multimedia, your lifestyle, leisure, and business platform.